because I asked my master guide. I've always heard that not every psychic is a medium, but every medium is definitely psychic. And in hearing that, I said, gee, what's the case? Is it one or the other, or how's that working in this way? And he asked me, well, Jamie, what do you do when you read for somebody psychically? And my response, well, I read their thoughts, their attention to those thoughts, which creates vibrations of information, and I read it. He's like, okay, what do you do with mediumship? Connect to their thoughts, their attention to those thoughts, creates vibrations of information, and I read it. The only difference to me between a psychic read and a mediumship read, psychic read is in the physical meat suit, and the mediumship is out of the body. Both are soul prints of consciousness. We're just used to having those kinds of physical vehicles to drive around. Whether it's a human, animal, or an insect, it is only a vehicle to house your soul print of consciousness. Animals have souls, insects have souls, it's all energy. Now, if I trigger any questions, please give them to me. And if I have insight, I will certainly share it. I want to get you as much information as I can. And then we're going to have some fun and do some play psychic readings to see, have fun with this modality. For me, I found that the more lighthearted, not that I don't care, but the lightheartedness, the more fun I had with this, the more fun it became. I found if I started getting serious, it started getting serious. Yes,
just 1 second. I don't want to interrupt you, but I do want to honor that we're a little bit early because there are other people who may not be on yet.
Okay.
And I don't want them to miss one word you say, Jamie.
Perfect. You got it. I wasn't sure if it was just you guys, but apparently we got more, and that's great.
No, there's probably, let's see how many more. There's at least 4, well, at least 2, if not 3 or 4 more.
Awesome. Fantastic.
But that's okay. We don't have to wait for them. I just want to wait at least until the top of the hour because that's where they, maybe we can find out where is everybody from. I know that we've said it, but.
And I'm cool with that. I'm just amped up out of my mind.
I know. I'm so excited.
Here we go.
I know.
I want to get you as much information so you can work with these and make your own, create your own style. You are the end result. Why would you not create your own effectiveness of rules and regulations?
Well, if you see,
and Rachel just jumped on. Hey, Rachel, good to see you.
If you see a young gal named Taylor, she is my daughter's best friend. She goes to Catholic school. She has very religious parents, but she's all into this stuff. So I'm so excited that she's, allowing herself to go on this journey without permission.
Well, and that's the biggest thing, is having the guts to go in this direction. Because there's that fine line between doing this and that other house. There are some sane people in it that just don't understand what's going on. I'm hearing voices. Yeah, guess what? I hear it all day long and people seek me out. They don't fear me. It's if you're comfortable with what you do, it will bring comfort to others. It's going to freak you out. It'll freak them out. That's why I'm always very playful, but I also like to keep it light because as we get into this, I want to give you a lot of safety mechanisms. Okay, so that way, because for me, I wanted to have complete comfort. I don't want to go, and I hope I'm, frick that. Got to have enough comfort for myself, which is we're going to give you some tools and techniques in order to create your own dynamic of receiving information. And exactly like Jamie was doing and taking you through that meditation, I want to kind of take you through another meditation of being in the garden to see what your strongest clairs are. Clairsentient, clairvoyant, clairaudient, a variety of things. So as we walk through this garden, I will take you through different things, exactly like Jamie was saying and sharing. What do you hear? The feelings, we want to give it a tactile sense. The more solid we can do this, the stronger the vibration gets. Now, in doing this, I've also seen, and I am very honored to have so many more people coming to me to be of service to them who are coming from a lot of these different religions. And that's perfect, man. It's whatever works for you. That's the beauty of it. But they'll come to me going, Jamie, I've never ever been to someone who does what you do, and my church don't look too kindly on it. And I always respond with 1, just like I shared, congratulations for having the guts to be here. 2, let's just get a basic meaning of mediumship. To me, A basic meaning of mediumship is to consciously connect with a being, a spirit, an entity outside of the physical body. Is that decent? Okay. I'm going to just kind of switch gears into the meditation. Does anyone besides Cindy Rose feel energy about people? Because you do, but I want to see what Claire's that you work with, and then hopefully you use them all. And if you don't, we'll find out exactly what your strengths are. And I want to give you a few tools and techniques in order to pick up the pace with the other modalities. Because for myself, I'm always training, but I also, in the beginning, I always share with you, use your strongest abilities first. Don't go, oh, I don't feel anything, so let me try to feel it. If you're trying to do a reading for somebody, that'll become very distracting. The ability to just quiet your mind, exactly like Jimmy was doing, is let's get some meditative aspects and the day-to-day practicality of spirituality, meaning you're walking down the beach and look at this vibe that you're connecting with. Not only the circumstances of the experience around you, but within you and how you're feeling in connection with these soulscapes of experience. The biggest thing is to have comfort. Now, as man, I'm all over the place. If I get questions, bring it on. But with the ability to work with your abilities clearly and relaxed is going to become a lot more effective, because you can just sit and work with what you are strongest at. And then in your off time, I want you to work with what you may need to pick up to be a little bit more equalized with all of your abilities. Because in doing this professionally, I need to use all of my abilities the best that I can. I found that no one is the same physically. They're not going to be the same metaphysically. Some can show me pictures, others can make me feel things, others can talk to me. We want to give the other side, if you want to do this, but remember, psychic and mediumship is the same. The more you work on one, the more you're working on the other. But in this dynamic of being of service to others, I also want to make sure that you please be of service to yourself too. Okay, because I'll always help people. I've always done that. But after many years, because I'd always go, no, I can help everyone else but myself. I'm all right. So I kept helping everyone else but myself, man. I'm like, wait a minute, I'm a hypocrite. If I'm going to help others, I better be willing to help myself. Exactly. Now, I do truly. I'll get psychic reads. I'm always getting mediumship as well. But it comes to me for my own personal reality. You can use this in any way that you choose to. And it's the empowerment of who we are as that spiritual being. Meaning, a lot of people perceive that your abilities control you and they can overwhelm you. Nope, you control your abilities. For those who know me, they know I share a lot of people who start waking up and using their abilities tend to kind of pick up on the negatives we perceive it, because it's an erratic energy, so it'll tend to get your attention. But I also see a lot of people doing this. If that's all I'm going to see is the negative, then I don't want to do this. Bwomp, womp, womp. Exactly. You never turn it off. You just turn the volume down. We are truly always on. And we are eternal beings. I've done a lot of scientific studies and all that good stuff for practicality. But people are like, how are we eternal? And I like to go for the scientific way. And that is, I believe that scientifically, they have validated that humans are basically energy, vibrational light beings. Now, with that definition of being energy, I believe in quantum physics, they've also found that energy can neither be created nor destroyed. Here's what that means in a practical scientific way. We're eternal and keep moving along, man. I want to dispel the booga booga of this, because it's the same old ancient information, but let's put it in an updated way. Spirituality and quantum physics are now spiritual physics, unification, not separation. And the more that we do this as a planet, it gets the power in numbers. And I am seeing a lot more people opening up to their abilities going, frickin' A, finally. And the ability to have an idea of what you're doing. Now, I'll also get into a lot of people tend to get sensitive, and when they start picking it up, if they don't do any safety techniques, they'll tend to pick up a lot of people's energies. And then here's what they'll do. I don't know, it's my stuff or theirs. And holy womp, womp, womp. For me, in the meditative state, like Jamie is sharing, that meditation is listening, praying is talking. So it's the ability that if we talk about anything to the universe, just be open for how and what you might receive, because it is precisely always for us and never, ever against us. Okay. And it's that kind of connection that I always playfully say, you know, that the universe, each one of us, if you've heard and remember that, whoa, you think you're the center of the universe? And you are. And you are. Because from where you sit, go in every direction. It never, ever ends. For if it does, what's on the other side of that? So if it never ends anywhere, no matter where you are, right here, 100 gazillion trillion light years away, you're still the center of consciousness. And here's what the universe is doing. What can I do for you? What can I do? What can I do? What can I do? I can only speak for myself, but I'm very thankful I don't have to graduate life, pass, die, whatever you want to label it, to have these spiritual experiences. I have them and they just pop out of the blue. I will tell you from my perspective, I'll guarantee you no judgment ever on the universe's part, ever. Every time I unify with the oneness, my soul is full. It's like the best mood that you've ever been in, the best meal that you've ever had. Every time I have that, I feel complete. And literally, the words that come to me each and every time I have that, who are you now? I'm like, dang, we are eternal spiritual growth-seeking beings. Because just like on this planet, we all have dreams and aspirations, but once you attain them, we have more. Half the fun is the journey getting there. Most of us get frustrated, and understandable, because we don't necessarily understand why we get and how we get the things in our life. So I just want to kind of share, again, I am using myself, Lordy. But I want to just give you a definition of how I read for people psychically and mediumship, because we're pulling this information out of thin air. And we are. So how I read for people is through natural laws that exist within this universe. And any natural law of itself is never, ever selective of to who the user is of that natural law. Like the soil in the ground. That soil of itself doesn't question anything about you in any way. What kind of person you are, happy, sad, murderer, healer, green, purple, orange, and it doesn't question what seed you're planting. If you're planting that seed, you must want it to grow. Make sense? Oh yeah, in our ignorance of these natural laws are no excuse. We're still working with them. Kind of like, oh, you don't know what oxygen is? Yeah, guess what you're breathing in? You don't know what gravity is? Yeah. So much a part of our experience, it is first nature, not second nature to the essence of our being. And I always say we truly live only one life, an eternal life. But each life is a minute in the hour in the day, and each of those days goes into our Soladex as an eternal being of life experience. We are always growing, always and forever. Now, I want to just share the fact of, let's take you through your garden. And I want to kind of see what abilities you're working with, giving yourself a chance to just have fun with this. If you see things, work with it. If you hear things, if you feel things, any of these ways, I want you to become aware of some of how you receive a piece of information. Is it a picture? Is it a word? Is it a feeling? Is it a life experience of my own that triggered me to get this? I want you to best that you can. Again, I'm like a, literally every movement I make, truly. I have this here, you know, I'm just taking a drink. I literally have the placement of things, freaking OCD, Lordy. But I've also learned to work with that, because in literally reading every step, every movement, it's giving me the movement of co-creation with everyone else. And the more that I work with my abilities, the more I can tune in to others. never judgment, understanding and compassion, so that I can talk with them and communicate, not just talk to them. Because most of us are used to being talked to rather than talked with. And the old adage, if the teacher's talking, teaching's going on. If the students are asking, learning's going on. And I know that the more I know, the more I know. I don't know nothing, man, but I'll share my perspective. I'm honored, but I'm humbled. So I want you to get yourself nice and relaxed. And we're just going to go over this garden and have some fun. Okay, as I share this, see what works best for you. If you use all of them, great. If you use one, great. It is perfect. Start with whatever feels good for you is a big key to success. So I like to do this because it's a very quick visual, and you can pretty quickly, like for the visualization that Jamie was getting, you'll start to pick up the metaphysical senses with your mind sight. So getting yourself nice and relaxed, I want you to imagine yourself walking in a beautiful garden, feeling the cool grass beneath your feet, the warmth of the sun. Feel the beautiful energy of this garden. Now, as you're here, I want you to look around this beautiful garden. This is your own retreat, your own place to come to at any time. And as you look around, if you do see trees or the flowers or grass or any of those, you are using your clairvoyant abilities, the ability to see in your mind sight. Now, as you look around this beautiful garden, I want you to see if you can hear the birds singing, the brook babbling, and a little bit of the wind through the trees. If you can hear any of that, that is your clairaudient, the ability to hear things in your own thought voice. Now, as we work along, your abilities to feel this metaphysical reality. And as you look around this beautiful garden, you see in the middle of it a beautiful tree. I want you to go and walk towards this tree. And as you stand before it, I want you to just reach your hand out and touch the roughness of the bark of that tree. Feel the crevices, any indentions, the energy vibe of itself. And if you can do that, that is what I call skin vision or clairtangency. And as you look around, you hear these beautiful birds and the wind blowing. You see in the next to the tree that you just touched and vibed with, you see a little pedestal, a white pedestal off to the side of the tree. And on two of these, you see on the one, a white rose. And then I want you to walk to this, just a step. And I want you to lean forward and breathe in that sweetness of the rose. Breathe that deeply, the effortless connection of your ability. If you can, that is your ability to smell metaphysically realities. Now, on that same podium, I want you to see right next to that beautiful white rose a lemon that has been cut in half. I want you to reach over, pick that lemon up, and bite into it and see if you get a reaction. Good. The ability to hear and taste. Clare aliens, Clare distance. These clairs are our best friends. And the more that we work with them, the more that we become comfortable and allow them in their own way to be vibed with, you'll very quickly realize it's not about what you're thinking, it's about what you're receiving. It is a whole difference in energy. Good. Now, after taking that bite, set that lemon down and just feel the vibe of this beautiful garden. You can place anything in this garden. This is your retreat as well. Roses, brooks, chimes, anything that feels good for you. This is your haven. Place to retreat to whenever you would like. Good. Now, we are going to get into our creation of our spiritual room. I want to give you a place that you can go to know that you are safe and sound with working with your abilities. And as you look around this beautiful garden, seeing all of the lovely sights, you look in the distance. And in the distance is this beautiful golden pyramid. You know instinctively to begin walking towards this pyramid. This beautiful golden pyramid is your spiritual room. As you get to the base of the pyramid, you see that there is one door that's got the door closed. And off to the right-hand side is a treasure chest of energy and light. Now, your spiritual room door will always remain locked until you release your lower energy vibes. Now, what I mean by that is, as you look at this treasure chest, see the beautiful design, the effortless holding ability. And when you lift the lid of this treasure chest, out floods the white light of God love, safety, harmony, and unification. And as this radiates, I want you to just breathe it in, deep, relaxed, and full. Good. Now, you will not be allowed into this room like I shared until you release all of your negative vibrational patterns. Once you have breathed into this white light, all of the lower energies, that it looks like a dark mist as you breathe out and into this white light. This white light effortlessly of itself instantly transmutes all energy within it. And once you've released it, the treasure chest closes and the door of your spiritual room slides open. I want you to walk into this room, and as soon as you're in there, just stand there. Good. Now, from where your door is, on the inside of this pyramid, it is completely hollow. It is from the bottom to the very point at the top with complete openness. Now, as you stepped in, the door of your spiritual room closes and you are sealed and safe. As you look at the wall across from where that door is and that you stand, you see on the wall a large triangular shutter door. This is your third eye, your ability to see things in your mind sight. Now, I want you to walk over to this metal shutter door, and I want you to effortlessly lift it up. And as you begin to lift it up, and it keeps going from the bottom of the floor. It raises up once you've released it into the completeness, opening that triangular window. This is your third eye window, and it will always be safe. And when you're not using your clairvoyant abilities, it is sealed and cleared. No one else may enter your spiritual room unless you give them permission to enter. You are always safe and harmonized. Now, as you lift that up and that white light floods in, just feel the energy unifying with your spiritual room. A nice deep breath in, and I want you to turn around again. And as you do, you're facing the door, the wall that you just came into. As you stand there in front of this triangular door, I want you to look to the right of you. On the right side of your spiritual room, you see a large console with a comfortable chair in front of it. You see right up above the console a large viewing screen. This large viewing screen is your clairvoyant abilities. Next to, on each side of this screen, I want you to see two floor to ceiling speakers. This is your clairaudient with complete, effortless clarity of vibrations, sounds, and feelings. Good. Now, I want you to walk over to this console, and I want you to pull the chair out, and I want you to sit in this chair and let it hold you effortlessly and comfortably as it will. This chair that you are seated and seeing is the ability for you to have your energy harmonized, in tune, and vibing perfectly. Now, as you sit in there, this is the seat of the soul. This is your pineal gland in representation. And it's effortless. All you have to do is let it hold you. Now, as you look at your console in front of you and look up above that with a large viewing screen and the two floor-to-ceiling speakers, I want you to look on the table, the console in front of you, and see that there is a switch. And the switch is on, standby, and muted. And these abilities will work beautifully and effortlessly with you and for you. And as you see the switch, I want you to flip it to the on position. Instantly, the screen goes on, the speakers are on, and you're receptive. Now, like a tuner, I want you to see a knob right next to the switch that you just flipped on. This knob is a dial to turn the volume up with more clarity of what you see on the viewing screen and the clairaudient abilities to hear those vibrational patterns in our mind sight. As you sit here, you are activated. It is an effortless connection. The more that you come to this spiritual room, the stronger and clearer your connection is. And just like the garden, I want you to make this spiritual room your own retreat? Do you have waterfalls within it? Are there flowers or plants? Are there paintings? Anything you can place in this room to give you comfort. Because the more that you come here, the easier it becomes to work with your abilities. Now, feeling that energy, vibing with how it feels to be psychically on. I want you to entrain this feeling, how it is feeling to be on. And once you can feel just like this, how it feels to be on, I want you in your mind to see a white button. As soon as you push this white button, you will instantly, right now at this level of receptivity, it will increase the ability to not have to take a long time to tune in. Good. All you have to do is allow it and feel it. And as you see and feel that console, that area, I want you to stand up, step away, and move out from in front of the chair. And I want you to look at the wall that's right across from where you are. And as you stand in front of your spiritual console, looking across at the other wall, you see an elongated table with a green button on the side of the table. And as you walk towards this table, this is your healing table. You may place yourself on this, or you may bring anyone that you would like to give a healing to. And then, as you do that, and if they choose to receive it, they will be effortlessly released from your spiritual room. You are always clean, cleared, and safe. Now, as you see this table, I want you to see just above the table and off to the left-hand side is a viewing screen with the simple outline of a human. No features, just the complete outline of the head, arms, chest, legs. And this viewing screen will read any symptoms or dynamics that you find within yourself or others. And to get a feeling for how this table vibes, I want you to comfortably and relaxed sit down on that table. And as you do, I want you to just turn your body and lay down comfortably on this table. It has a nice warmth to it, always giving you comfort, always vibing with love and empowerment. And now, as you lay on that table, you're going to give yourself a healing session. As you lay there comfortably and relaxed, you look straight up above you. Good. You see a light, a white light that is shining above your head. When you push this green button on the side of this table, that white light from up above will begin to sweep down from your head, through your face and neck, chest and back, shoulders, arms, hands, hips, legs, and feet. And as it sweeps along, completely registering everything, it goes from the feet and begins to sweep upward towards your head. And as it completely has vibed across you, that light from up above shines away. And I want you to just turn your head a little bit to the left and look at that viewing screen of the outline of a person. Good. Now, whenever you do this soul sweep with the light, if there are any challenges, areas that might be blocked, or in any way that are uncomfortable for you, it will instantly light up on the simple outline of this human form. And if you see some back issues, the back begins to light up. Any other dynamics you will learn to trust as you work with your spiritual room. Now, as you feel more relaxed, a little bit more clean and cleared, I want you to sit up on this table and just feel the energy of this room and the connection of your soul print. This is your spiritual room that you may come to as often as you want to. It is instantly but a cleaning, clearing, and then you're in to your clean, purified spiritual room. You will not be allowed to come into your spiritual room until you have released all of the lower energies. Now, as you stand there and get off of the table, looking around this spiritual room, see any of the things that you've placed within it. I want this to vibe with your own energy, as much comfort and relaxed, receptive energy as you can allow. And as you feel this, you begin walking towards the door. And as you stand in front of the door, you take a look around at your room again. Feel the connection. This is your place. And as you connect and know your own soul print, you walk out of that pyramid door, and the door instantly closes behind you. As you stand there, you look into the distance again and see that beautiful garden that you came from. I want you to walk towards this beautiful garden. As you get closer, feel even more relaxed, the nature of this experience. And as you get to where the garden begins, you step onto that comfortable, cool grass, feeling beneath your feet. And now you have a bench that's about a little distance in front of you. I want you to go and sit on this bench. And as you sit, looking around, feeling the energy, I want you to see a white pillar, half the size, that's sitting right in front of you. And on top of this pillar is a white rose. I want you to stand up and walk towards the pillar. As you do, lean over and breathe in that sweet scent of this pure white light rose. Breathing effortlessly. And as you stand there facing the rose and the pillar, I want you to just walk to the other side of the pillar and look at the rose. And as you look at this beautiful rose from behind it, you look at the bench where you are sitting And you still see your physical body sitting there, relaxed and comfortable. Now, I want you to pick up this white rose, and I want you to walk towards your physical body that's sitting on this bench. And as you stand before yourself, share the love and the empowerment and the realization of oneness. And as you breathe in this sweet scent, you see your heart chakra that is the physical body that is sitting on the bench. I want you to effortlessly and beautifully reach your hand forward with that beautiful rose. And I want you to place that white rose directly into your heart. Love, purity, and oneness. And as you feel your light body that you didn't even necessarily realize you were in until you looked at your physical body. Now we begin to see we are multi-dimensional beings. And as you just feel the energy and vibe with it, as you stand before your physical body that's sitting there relaxed, I want you to just turn around and have your back facing you. It's sitting on the bench. I want you to effortlessly begin to sit down into your physical body. And as you sit down and have your waist connected, your light body flows into more of the chest and back, the throat, the crown chakra, all unified and connected. All you have to do is recall how this feels right here, right now, because this feeling of how you are right now is the end result of what we were just meditating with. You will be able to instantly pop on your psychic abilities. And as you have set down into your physical you feel how that body holds you effortlessly, how it is only for your soul print of consciousness. Now, as you just sit and relax and vibe, when I count to 3, I want you to come back into this reality, feeling the beautiful garden, the sweet scent of the rose within your heart chakra, and enjoying this connection. 1, feeling lighter, more connected. 2, integrated with your spiritual abilities and your spiritual room. These are only and solely for you and your connection. As I say, you may bring people into this garden and your spiritual room only by your permission. And anyone who comes into this spiritual room will instantly release any lower negative energies, or they do not come in. 3, and we're here. Good. You guys doing okay? Is there any questions at the moment? Anything that I might be able to share? You're like, what you got, boy? Could we please, okay. And I'm getting some help here. Is that it? That's perfect, right? I believe so. Thank you so much. That's awesome. Yeah. Maggie, my lovely wife, is helping with the technology. I'm like, how do I do it? I could text on my phone, man. That's about it. Lordy. Thank you very much. Now, how could you please take him into the room? That would be phenomenal. Thank you, sweetheart. We have our beautiful
I
dog.
could share something. I have no sense of smell. I smell. That rose was like,
Yes,
I have no sense of smell.
exactly. And now you see the physical body might be a little bit dulled down with the abilities, but your metaphysical body is always amped with all of those abilities. And fantastic. And sometimes we need that surprise realization to go, whoa, wait a minute. Not only that, it was even sweeter than what I can remember that. Okay. Now you've got a very comfortable, confident connection to your garden and your spiritual room with your gifts. That is huge. And you're already intuitive, man. You use your abilities for your whole life. So it's like, yeah, and let's keep moving along is the point. But you also have that teacher vibe. It's important because as we connect with people and communicate, sometimes that different perspective, not always better or worse, but different, can give you a different vantage point of information. And as our ability, if you choose to help others, is to be open and receptive to any and all information that you might receive about yourself or other people, because we want to make sure that we don't cut ourselves short. And what I mean by that is sometimes people don't want to have any negative information. If you have limited that, you now have no idea of what choice can be made that's either good or bad in connection with the person you're reading. It is all energy. And the ability to kind of tap into your own with the meditation. And basically remember that meditation is listening and quieting your mind. As I meditate, am no longer mindful, I'm mindless. It takes me out of my body and places me into my soul. And those feelings are the language of the soul. And those feelings are vibrational patterns on the soul knobs. And one feeling worth 1,000 words and then some. Words, excuse me, are nothing but mere vibrational patterns on our ear knobs that we train ourselves to hear the patterns and apply a meaning. That's why with any other language, what does that mean? Same thing, different vibrational pattern. Now we see a rose by any other name is still a rose. And just, for myself, some people perceive that you need to know the name of God to be okay. And I'll share that that's a beautiful intent. However, if that is the case and you need to know the name of God to be okay, then I guess all of the other languages on this planet are screwed, huh? Because they don't have the same vibrational pattern, right? Right. It becomes the language of your soul. And when you can get that feeling on the soul knobs, it can play huge amounts of information. It can give you an even stronger realization of our interconnectedness. There is no separation of anything. As crazy as it is, we're individualized, but never individual of that ocean of consciousness. And everything is within the ocean of consciousness. Do you ever question why everything's allowed? Well, if you really think that those bottoms at the bottom of the ocean that are dark and murky are any less than the ones near the top where it's light, or do we realize it's the law of equivalence? I can be no more and no less than that what you comprehend me to be. It is perfect alignment. Remember, God, he, she, 0 point field, nothing, whatever you want to call it, is always for us. And anything that you think, like I pick those up as I saunter back around to reading people in the etherics, is this seemingly thin, empty air of nothingness is pure God soil. Every thought you have is a seed you're planting into the cosmic soil. Your attention to those thoughts, to those seeds, are what waters them. And through another law that I call a vibrational match is how we've come to see things as karma. Is anyone into karma? Can I give you something to think about? Just, I love pushing buttons. To me, if there's karma, a basic meaning of karma is an action creates a karmic debt that it needs to be repaid or balanced in some way. Is that a decent basic meaning? Okay. So with that definition, what does that say if you're living your own life and doing you, and there's these other two people in their own life experiences, and one of those people hurts the other one. So now that person who just did the hurting has a karmic debt, right? So you're like, yeah, what you got? What does that say if you in your own life experience are cosmically and karmically chosen to come in and co-create, because we always co-create with others, a circumstance through karma to affect that person like they affected the first one, right? What I didn't tell you is that that original hurting of those two people was the completion of their karmic debt. Why would you have to smite somebody if they just completed their debt? Because if that is the case, you next, really, or just unawares for me. Could it be these natural laws that exist? And it is the cause and effect of our thoughts. The cause is what you think about. The effect is the reality that you're living. Those who talk about lack are living it. Those who talk about abundance are living it. You don't see successful people going around saying they're a failure. No luck, no coincidence, precision on the universe's part. And those thoughts that we create through our energy field and co-create with others are also a dynamic to where we can amplify our own energy. And then for me, I effortlessly radiate to everyone and anyone who might even choose to vibe with the energy. It is never manipulation, it is co-creation. I just want to give you some tools and techniques that put this stuff to the test. Please, and please always be skeptical. Question everything, just be open. That way you get the practicality. And for me, life is relative. We are extraterrestrials to everyone else. Ooh, we are living on the other side of where we come from before here. Right. No matter where you go, there you are, soul prince of consciousness. And that kind of a connection as that eternal being in our Solodex allows us the eternal growth of self-realization. You know, I like to share just a dynamic that I believe there's a gentleman named the Dalai Lama who has said there's but one constant in the universe, and that is change. And Chi, my master guide, who's not originally from this universe, a nut job till it's validated, but he's like, well, Jamie, there could be a few other constants besides certainly change, which is of course a constant. But I believe that energy can neither be created nor destroyed. So that's a constant. Oh, and love is a constant. Oh, and this is a conscious universe. Consciousness is constant. And oh yeah, your soul growth is a consistent constant. Few other constants, more so than the old school, of one. And again, we can only function what we are aware of, no more, no less. And guess what? As we function in any way from our own awareness, it's just as real. There's as many worlds as there are perceivers. Nobody sees it the same, yet each just as real and just as valid. And as crazy as it is in that holographic quantum physics things, there are as many yous as there are perceivers of you. And yet we all co-create these realities together as we perceive it. You shift this, you shift this, the reflection. Now, yeah, good. We're now going to become that inner space astronaut, discovering who we truly are, which is everything, man. That's the point. And it's that type of dynamic that if I can give you some tools and techniques, I will share everything I do, man. I don't do the competition. I found that if I did that, I was getting pissed and frustrated because there was somebody better, somebody worse. You know how you're going to stand out? Just do you. And the passion, whatever it is that you have passion for, that is what speaks to people. They'll just feel the genuine sincerity, man. I'm funny, but I'm like a crackhead for my spirituality. More ratings, I'm not stupid. Right, I get as much healing as I give. And when you can do that for yourself, and now 55 years later, I realize that the more love, energy, attention, and compassion I give myself is no longer narcissism, It's self-realization, for I cannot give what I do not have. And that ability to be able to nourish our souls is huge, because I would always help others, but now I keep myself included and I get to have the bennies of it. If you perceive that you're not supposed to help yourself, it'll be real for you. I want to give you the practicality so you can create other tools and techniques. Make this uniquely your own. You are the end result of the communication. Why would you not put your own rules and regs on the way you want to receive things? How are we doing so far? Okay. Okay. I throw a lot at you, man, because I want to, we'll have some playtime too. But that's why I wanted to get the practicality of this spirituality. I've done a lot of scientific studies with the University of Arizona and a few other places. But we have now scientifically validated that energy and consciousness exists beyond bodily death. That's the point. What is that? A break? Okay, perfect. What time is it? All right. Is it 3 o'clock? Yeah, at 3 o'clock, we're going to take a 10-minute break just to kind of get up, walk around, do whatever you want. And then we're going to be coming back here. Now, as I'm sharing, because I want to give you the information. And I believe, Jamie, are you recording this? So yeah, we're able to share. Perfect. So again, this way you can get that information and play it back 1,000 times and find and refine your own abilities and the way you would like to work with them. Because the more you're aware of and comfortable with what you're doing, the more you'll be able to interact with those abilities and find yourself within life, not lose yourself to it. Now, here's another dynamic that a lot of people may not realize, and we're going to get into this after this next break, but you're going to see possibly that some of these long-standing perspectives of life experience are changing. It's not good or bad, it's just changing. And the ability to be versatile enough to go with the flow of those changes is huge, huge. Is there any questions so far? Okay, I'll go, keep going. So now, with your abilities and in the garden, how many were able to use most of their abilities or all of them? Excellent. Perfect. And the great thing is you're always going to be working on them. You'll always be building them. And the more that you do that, the more comfortable you get with it. And as again, this spiritual stuff is so natural, it's supernatural. Right, there's the point. And when everyone can do it, then, again, like I said, it's not that I don't care, but I've just learned my light vibe is a great thing. Because if I started getting heavy and serious, you start trying to associate your own reality as you perceive it. It's not about you unless they show you something in your life experience. Because when they do that for me, who better than to talk about than someone who's gone through it? And you will begin to start having some healing of your soul. Because in me and doing this my whole life, I've gone back to all of my stuff that I've been shown in life that back then was like, frustration, to now I've dipped into that stuff so much. I'm like, oh yeah, that experience. Life's relative and it is nothing but an experience. It only holds the value that we place upon it. That's why something's good for one is not good for the other and vice versa. And then if you switch it, you're the other person. It's all the same thing, just a different energy vibe. Now, we're going to, when we come back, as you've already created your beautiful spiritual room and your garden, we are going to go back to your spiritual room and we're going to meet your master guide. And I'll share with you what happened with my master guide. Then I'm like, flagnog. And then he's given me a lot of insight. So let's just take like a 10-minute break. Okay, we'll come on back. Then we're going into our spiritual room and going to meet our master guide. And along the way, we might do some loved one meet too. Cool. Talk to you in a sec, guys.
Awesome. Yay. So amazing. Love it.
I think my earth self wants to fight with my non-earth self.
For sure.
It's like a
for
little
sure.
battle going on in there. Ding, ding, ding.
Sounds
funny.
very normal. Sounds very normal. My
Couldn't get over smelling though.
that's nice. That's nice. That's a good experience. My this week I was standing doing laundry and I had like I was standing in a cigarette smoke cloud. And the first person I thought of was my grandmother, but it didn't feel like her energy. Like I've felt her energy before. And it didn't feel like her energy. So it stumped me. Like I didn't know who or what I was experiencing. But I'm new to this. I'm new to using it.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm not new to it. I shouldn't even say that because that's not true. I'm not new to it, but I'm
Childhood.
new to calling it in. Yeah.
Beckoning it.
Right. Feel free to get up, Cindy. You don't have to stick around for me.
I'm still in shock.
I'm drawing my
Gotta go pee. I'll be back.
Okay.
TMI?
No. I don't think there's any such thing for me.
No.
Jamie,
Can you guys hear me okay?
yeah. Is
Okay,
there
cool.
going to be a time at some point where we can ask you questions?
I am, yes, ma'am. That's why I'm saying the whole time, give it as we're going along, give me the questions. If I have insights, I will share everything I do. I want to get you as comfortable as possible so that when you're working with these abilities, you're not so uncertain and fearful. It's like, "Phew, here we go. This is solid." So yes, thank you, Jamie. Again, ladies, if I do trigger something, just raise your hand and let me know, and then let's give you some insight. We're doing this together. I wanted to help you. I'm helping myself. I'm not silly. Oh.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. So what I want to do first, before we meet our master guide, I want to give you a little bit of some safety techniques. Okay. Jamie, did you want to say something?
No, sorry.
Okay. So I've been doing this stuff for most of my life. Okay. But I also am not silly. And I was given some tools and techniques that I want to share with you that for me, I know I am safe with certainty. Not I hope, I know, because in doing this work, if you have any fear in any way, it's going to be distracting. And again, I've got enough of my solidness and I know that it works. Because for me, let's do the practicality. What is this meditation manifesting, or why am I doing it? I like to have those validations to be a little bit more solid for it. Now, for most of my life in doing the dynamics of protection, here's what I would do consistently. Universe, keep me protected, keep me protected, keep me protected, because I felt I had to be kept protected from the oddball energies. And Chi, again, who's very gracious and patient, he's like, well, Jamie, you have the right intent. However, if you keep asking the universe to keep you protected, it will continue to bring you more circumstances to keep protected about. I'm like, well, what am I supposed to do? And his response, well, Jamie, how about rather than ask for protection, you give gratitude for safety? Click. I'm like, that sounds like semantics. And his response, the way you approach the universe, it approaches you, right? Remember those thoughts. It's unconditional. It'll give you everything or nothing and love you just the same. Now, for those dynamics, it sounds like semantics, but I've learned that for me, it is the vibration that goes with what we're praying or talking with. Okay, because on average, when somebody says, keep me protected, what are they associating with? There's stuff happening. And so guess what? You're now feeding the very stuff you don't want. I'm not ignorant. If that's my problem, I create my solution. And so I want to give you a technique that I do, as always, but that you can keep yourself safe and harmonized, as well as your home, wherever that is. So no matter where you go, you're always connected and safe. Now, for that, I want you to imagine in your heart chakra a pure white light star. This is God love, safety, harmony, and the intent that you want to put into it. Now, a lot of people don't seem to address this inner body. And as this heart chakra is lit up with a pure white light, our first action with this pure white light is going to be an implosion. You're going to let that light expand through your inner spiritual light body, pushing out any and all negative lower energies, now clean, cleared, and sealed. Once you've done that, come back to this physical body, and I want you to see that white light chakra, the heart, right there. Now, as we have this pure white light star, we are going to now expand it through our physical body, pushing out any and all negative lower energies. Clean, cleared, and sealed. Now, have you guys heard of cutting cords? I got tagged, man. I got cut them cords. I was like a freaking ninja. I'd cut that stuff away, but I was still getting tinges, the very stuff I was cutting away of attachment. And I asked Chi, I'm like, Chi, what the flag nog? Why am I getting more connections of the very cords of attachment I'm cutting? I've cut the connection. And his response, well, Jamie, you have the right intent. However, once you cut that cord, you've cut the connection to the person's circumstance and experience. I'm like, yeah, I know. You're like, however, once you have cut that cord, you've cut half of it off and left the other half in your energy field. Now, vibrational match back, because remember, our energy field is a culmination of thoughts, that you will get that kind of a dynamic to become more relaxed and receptive. Now, as you see in your mind side, I want you to imagine your energy field, and any tags that you have ever had is like a rope hanging on the outside of your energy field. And on the inside is a knot that's holding it into your energy field. I want you to see in one shot all of those knots unravel and pulled out of your energy field. Now, clean, cleared, and sealed. Again, it's the ability to feel safe, not fearful, and I hope it's going to work. I know it's going to work. Now, I want to give you a little bit more comfort for your own home or anywhere you want to go. But for your home, we're going to do the same cleaning and clearing. I want you to imagine in the very center of wherever it is that you live is this pure white light star. Again, the first action is going to be doing an implosion, expanding that white light through those interdimensional realities, pushing out all negative lower energies. Now, clean, cleared, and sealed interdimensionally. Come back to this physical and see that starlight expand through this physical, pushing out any and all negative lower energies, cleaning, clearing your home, your soul, and your vibe, and completely clean, cleared, and sealed. With that, no matter where you go, you are always on. Now, for me, I'm kind of lazy. I don't want a chance missing an intent that I forgot to do. So what I do, any energy that I work with, beep, I put it on autopilot. That way, if I forget, I'm not going to be messed up. It's like, hey, it's already on autopilot. It does not matter because I've set my own intent of the way that it feels right for me. That's what I'm saying. As you work with these abilities, you go find your own niche, your own way of doing it, that flavor, because that, again, is going to be very powerful for people. They're not only coming to you, if you choose to refer us, and just for yourself is the point, but they are open to what you have to say. And in doing this work, I always say, make sure, you're picking up information, but only share information that you receive or that you're getting. Do not start going off into left field and making stuff up, man. It's like, really? Because for me, if we're doing psychic reads for anyone, I am looking at that person as the end result. And there is a lot of responsibility that goes with what we do. The more accurate you are, the more responsibility. Because I'm very honored. Again, I have a lot of new clients that are coming to me. And on I'm going off into left field here. So I know it's when my team's like, all right, I'm sure I'll pick that up a little bit later. And that's another aspect. Notice how I'm like, oh man, I'm not silly. For me, if I'm being coned down, because I have my own parameters. If that's happening at the moment, I'm just wandering. I want to make sure Chi is very good. He'll bring me back to center. That kind of a connection is finding your balance point in life the best that we can. And in keeping those energy connections I want you, like you're going to do, to meditate. Because as you meditate, you quiet the mind and you begin to connect with your own reality very strongly. Your ability to have your own identity and know when you're thinking your thoughts and when you're receiving information from other people, because a lot of people don't do that. And in this case of working with our abilities, getting more relaxed, and again, coming back to the accuracy, because some of these clients, I'll give them a psychic potential, and sometimes they'd be like, right, sure. And I'm like, no, I could certainly be wrong. Give yourself permission to misinterpret, to be wrong. Otherwise, you're going to choke off. And so with these dynamics, you know, what's interesting is I'm starting to be vibed with and like being downloaded with a lot of stuff for you guys. So I'm like, whoa, let's see where this is going, because I ain't silly. And the ability is, I just want to show you, as we're doing this, how I'm working with my abilities. It's very playful, but solid, because I know that I am keeping my energy light. For me, in addition, if I am doing the mediumship and or psychic, my energy is completely clean and cleared. They will only come to you when you're tuning in, because we're vibrational light beings. And the more that you use your abilities, the brighter your light gets. Okay, and they'll be like, oh, the big head's lit up. Hey, they're making connections. Yeah, aren't they? Because you will see a lot of loved ones on the other side bringing their people to us. And as they're coming to us, that's why I say, do not make things up. Because in getting back to that, giving this person some psychic information, and they're like, yeah, sure. They usually call back going, what else you got to say? Because I thought you were full of crap, and it all happened. Now, anything and everything coming out my mouth to that person is the gospel. They thought all that other stuff was a bunch of crap, and then it happened. That's where you look all psychic like, man. Everyone can do it, but it's the accuracy, evidential, the best that we can. You know, that's why I always share with people, if I'm reading for somebody, I don't mean to be rude, but I don't want to know anything about the person prior to a reading. No easy cheesies, man. Anyone can do that. Everyone can use their abilities, but a lot of people choose not to. They just keep it on that moment to moment, just a real subtle basis. Yes, ma'am. You want to?
Does that mean that I find it very hard to sit with somebody that I do know, way harder to sit with somebody that I know than to sit with somebody who I don't know.
Excellent. And that brings up another dynamic is we want to have comfort and solidness that we're working with our abilities. So for myself, when I started doing this professionally 21 years ago, I needed to make sure that I'm able to do what I'm saying I can do. And so my former wife had a number of friends that I didn't know. I had no idea who they were, but she knew them from many, many years ago. And so she asked her friends to come over, and they, you know, she let them know that Jamie will do a psychic reading and mediumship. Well, as they were being yeah, exactly. I'm like, really? I've got this inner reality, man. On the outside, we're like, yeah, yeah, you know, on the inside, we're like, we're riding, man. Like, you got to find some balance, because it's that type of inner awareness that will reflect on the outside. And remember those thoughts that we think that create and co-create our realities with others are also what constitutes that personal magnetism when you first meet somebody too. Like, man, I just love your energy, or I don't want to get to know you. They don't have to say a word, yet you'll feel their energy. Some have a nice, good, clean energy. Others are like, how's it possible to have a dirty, greasy energy? Yeah, but they're there. It's not a negative. It's just that's the channel they're on. And the ability to understand where that person is at so that you can communicate and not just talk to them, talk with them. Our ability is we're going to help and heal ourselves too. They need to know it's okay.
You sound a little distant. I don't know what happened
Okay,
with the audio, but
you
just,
got it. Let me make sure I can amp this baby up. I think, can you guys hear me okay? Is
that
that
sounds
decent?
great.
Perfect. Great. So I just want to show you just a little bit of some of the stuff that we've got and so much more. Whee! That's why I want you guys to record it, because we're going to have some fun, but I also want you to have the information so that in your own time, listen to it, vibe with it, and then work with it. Because that connection is, it's a lot more fun when you have some knowledge about how you're doing what you do. Okay, because that can become a very scary dynamic. And putting those rules and regs for safety and harmony. Now, here's another dynamic that I use, okay, because I've got all my intent. But in doing the mediumship, I am completely invisible and do not exist to any of the lower vibrational patterns of consciousness. If anyone's coming through to me, they are only on the good channel, or I wouldn't be picking them up. Now, a dynamic that a lot of people face, and I am connected to a number of people who took their own life, okay? And on average, when that kind of a circumstance happens, we'll tend to go, I hope they're okay. I hope they're in a good place. And certainly understandable. But in addition, I always like to share, you know what, let's just get a basic meaning of karma and how that life experience only holds the value that we place upon it. So for me, in this capacity, all right, do me a favor, what was I just saying?
Karma,
Karma?
karma, suicides.
Thank you. God bless you. Thank you. I don't even touch those, man. Suicide, what the? So I have a lot of people who come to me who their loved ones did have a circumstance like that. And, you know, they're like, I don't know if they'll ever come through. I hope they're okay. And my dynamic is, well, let's just get a basic meaning of this ability. And the act of taking your own life is not always a good thing, for it can certainly be devastating for us here to pick up the pieces and keep going. However, the act of taking your own life is only the experience to get you to the other side. And now you'll see why I see things only hold the value we place upon it. Because if the act of taking your own life is always a bad thing, and that means you're a bad person, my response is, right, wow, then I guess the person who jumps on that grenade to save the entire platoon's a bad person. Are you kidding? For me, I would have respect, appreciation, and gratitude for that person who did the exact action and brought my family back home to me. Yet on one end of the spectrum, they're a hero. On the other end, they're a zero. I'll guarantee you, ladies, no judgment ever. And until you have your own noise, it's like, oh, that's lovely. Oh, it's freaking real too. That's why I'm like, I'm not silly. I question all this stuff. I do it daily, but I want to be practical about this.
That's one of my favorite things about you, Jamie, is you never have judgment. You always bring it in.
Thank you.
Beautiful.
You know, and that's the dynamic. It takes one to know one. Hello. Because I'm very honored. People feel very comfortable with me, and they'll open up going, Jamie, I've never, ever said this to anyone. And I'm like, yeah, and when they can feel that genuine sincerity, no, you're listening and you're putting it, because I'm like, guess what? I'm sure I've done that in many other lifetimes and then some. So where are we going? And when they can feel that genuine receptivity of it, I love when they open up, because it becomes empowering, not disempowering. When you can have somebody who can accept you with unconditional love effortlessly by being you, it's perfect. You don't have to do anything but be you. Wait a minute. Unconditional love. Love of itself already is unconditional. The moment that you say unconditional love to you, you've just put a condition on it. Kind of thing. Or something like that. So it's again, it's a lot of the, old school things that all valid, but I want to be that bridge the best that I can. That's all I can do is the best that I can. But if we can bring this together and help people to help themselves, frickin' A, it's going to be a better place, one person at a time. And who are we going to start with first? Ourselves. Because otherwise we'll tend to live for others and not us. And I found if you keep living for others, you'll start to do this in life. That's weird. Where'd everyone go? They get busy, they move. It's you're thinking or planting those seeds of forgettery. Guess what? Bip, you disappear. You start to reconnect. You're planting those seeds of connection, and they'll start to come back. And you'll start to see some patterns, okay, with conscious thoughts. And that type of a dynamic, here's one thing that I see quite a bit for people. A lot of us tend to lose ourselves to life. But when we start to reconnect with ourselves again and begin to find ourselves within life and realize we're 100% a person incomplete, and they're 100% incomplete, not 50-50, and they never complete you, they only complement you. But it becomes that way to find yourself first, know who you are, and to now be open to find yourself within a relationship, not lose yourself to it. And that first relationship is me, because I found that I needed to have an idea of who I am the best that I can, because this is all I do 24/7. There's no way I was going to lose myself to the process. Not a chance, man. That's why I'm a very straightforward person. Go, I love you. No, it's what you want to hear. It's what you need to hear. There you go. Now, in addition, whenever I am giving psychic information of potential, because it has not happened yet, but it usually does for the people, I'm connecting with a future you. Out of that quantum soup of life ingredients, you've already put these together to create that circumstance. You ever had that there deja vu? I haven't done it, but I've done it. I haven't done it, but I've done it. What if that's a future you that has already put that together, done that action, but it's now rolling back onto your present to go, I haven't done it, but I've done it. We are eternal beings. This aspect of who you are is a beautiful little droplet in the ocean of consciousness. We are all interacting. We are all co-creating, and we are all within the oneness. And to me, darkness will not overtake the light through some of these natural laws, meaning those dark droplets at the bottom of the ocean cannot ascend into the higher light droplets without matching that light vibe. It's if you're here, you shine with here. If you're here, you shine with that. If you're here, you shine with nothing. Good. It's all within the ocean. And the ocean does not make the droplets at the bottom. You better be in the light. Really? Or do we realize that's where it's vibing? And we're eternal beings. So you want to stay there for a while? Great, because when you're done, we got more adventures. We got more that we can do together. And finding myself within life, not losing myself to it, is also what I found the life within me. That's huge, because a lot of us will tend to exist or survive. And for me, man, if you're here, I no longer live each day as if it's my last. I live it like it's my first. Why am I going to live burnt out? And when's it over? Well, for me, I just keep it the other way. And I love validation on my own. And when I can take my own medicine, because I'll always take it. If I'm sharing it with others, I will always do my own. There's no way I'm going to share something that I'm not into or aware of. Frick that. It's love and integrity. Now, one other thing with the psychic medium, because remember they're both the same, if you get information from loved ones on the other side, then you say it. Do not start putting words that you think their loved one's saying, and that's not what they're saying. And if you start doing that, and then their loved one who you're reading for becomes distraught because you thought you knew, and then they go home and take their own life, are you kidding me? Not a chance. You're dealing with people's souls, lady. That is powerful. And when everyone can do it, and when they can see that you're open and receptive and listening without judgment, God, I love to see people empower themselves, because to me, nobody needs to be fixed. Nobody needs to be saved. Showing that power within, become more self-realized and begin to live life more than survive it. That's huge, huge. Any questions so far? So now we have our physical, metaphysical body safe. We have any location that we're in or that we live in as safe. Remember, put these on autopilot, because otherwise in the back of your mind, I hope and then you're so distracted. For me, I don't have to worry about that. I put these things again on autopilot and it works for me. That's why I share. Please, I'll share everything I do, but you put this to the test. Then you get some solids, then it's real. Otherwise, it's secondhand information, not firsthand. And that's when it becomes even more powerful, is to remain humble. We are no better and no worse. Just do you. And again, people will be drawn to you. It is that soul print of consciousness. It's all one.
Jamie, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
So how I get very fearful. I don't know why. And particularly when I am doing like a reading, I get nervous. I think it's the fear of what I'm going to hear. Not that I'm afraid of anything really, but I think it's more the fear of the unknown. How do you get past that so that you can be more open?
That any information that you will pick up is safe, harmonized, and realized. Because remember, as you pick up information, it's but an experience. It only holds the value we place upon it. And it's certainly understandable at opening up to this stuff. Yeah, but holy cow, I don't want to get any tags, none of that. And the great thing is that tells me you're already proactive to want to remain safe, not fearful. And in doing that, putting these things to the test, as I shared, put the white light implosion, explosion, and have them clear up. If anyone comes through to you, they are only on the good channel. That way you don't have to sift through connection communications. Hey, they're here. They're already on there. I know that. I like the universe to work with me, and it works for me. I don't manipulate. I co-create.
Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. And I also want to just share with you the fact that this is such a healing aspect. Like I said, I've been able to go through my life experience so much that my real parents were amazing. The stepfather was a D-bag. He beat me and all of that kind of stuff. And for 10 years, I had that. Literally, I would wake up sometimes and there would be puddles of blood throughout the place. In the back of my soul, I'm like, is my mom dead now? Really? And so, yeah, that's not easy. You really have no idea what somebody's been through as they sit before you. You either repeat patterns or you change them. And so he would just, and if I didn't go to grades or anything, he would beat me. It literally got to the point where he would pull into the driveway and I got nauseous, physically nauseous, man. And in doing that, I also was feeling helpless. I was getting angry because my mom's my best friend. And I'm a young kid. I didn't know that I could do anything different. So I just dealt with it. And that gave me an even stronger connection with my mom. Doesn't have to be the devastating challenges. It can be hopefully the great things, but it also gave me a solid connection to go, no, I also do the mediumship and I connect with my mom. So guess what? I know if I'm connected with her, she's good. That is huge. And if you choose, remember, psychic and mediumship are the same. If you choose to help with the mediumship, what better way than one, being genuine, and two, for the person to know that their loved one's okay. Because again, yeah, it sounds really good. What's the reality of this? What is my experience? That's a big thing for me. It's why I say, let it vibe with you. If it connects, great. If not, great. Just, it's your own buffet of soul nourishment. Challenges is most of us don't allow that nourishment to happen too much. Or we get the upper limit problem as a human that tends to happen. And here's what we'll do. If that's A good thing, because every time something great happens, something bad happens. And then guess what? Right. They get right back down to where they're used to being. Functioning is dysfunction. And it's that kind of a connection that the more that we can find ourselves within life, the more that we can use our natural intuitive abilities as well as the physical abilities. Oh, yeah. Wait a minute. We're starting to see that Cindy Rose, I believe, said that she wasn't quite hearing the physical reality very much at all. Yet that metaphysical, instantly create. Exactly. That you will see that our physical senses are not a reflection of our metaphysical senses unless you choose to start vibing that. Well, I can't see stuff. If you keep saying that, you're on that channel that you're not going to see it. I'm not ignorant. And it sounds like semantics, but so I want to give you some of the tools and techniques, the easier ins and outs, because a lot of us spend a long time, man. I already did my meds, my meditation younger. I sit there for 3 hours, and it's crazy. I'm in Phoenix, Arizona. So those who live here know it gets about 180 degrees, man. I would literally I go to the gym all the time, but I'd sit in my car and meditate for an hour before I went in like 180 degrees. It's like freaking nutso. But guess what? It allowed me to quiet my mind even when everything was going on, because we start to get distracted with our outer life experience rather than keeping it calm and aware on the inside. That's when people start to vibe a little bit more relaxed. And animals will react with you. They don't question to analyze things. They just feel your energy. Man, you feel good, or you don't. And more than likely, a lot of us use those beautiful children, animals, as a gauge. If they like you, you're good. If not, oh, Lordy. Yeah, huh? Because they're unconditional. That's how we are loved with them. And some people go, well, how am I supposed to know what unconditional love is? I don't know what that is. My response, well, have you ever seen a newborn baby? Or have you ever seen an animal? Oh, well, more than likely when that baby's born, you're not doing this. You should be running right now. Really? Or do you allow it to grow into its essence in its own way, at its own rate? Because again, the universe is that who will make you do nothing and allow you to do everything. Truly. And then it becomes the empowerment of realizing and becoming, it's not that you're freaky deaky with your thoughts, but what I like to have people do is remember that soil, that cosmic soil? What thoughts you're thinking, I want you to just imagine that those are seeds you're planting into that cosmic soil. As long as you like what's growing, keep planting those seeds. If not, start to plant other seeds, because either way, you will get it. And that's that kind of, let's have some fun with this. And when people can see that you can thrive with this and you're not that crazy, because it takes some sanity to realize you're potentially insane. I'm not stupid. God. And I got my checks and balances. That's my point. I want all this to be practical so that anyone, if they choose to, can vibe with it. Hey, you know what? That's I've heard that crap 1,000 times, but click. All right, it's the first time I see that. Like, well, good. It's just information. But I love when people can empower themselves and they start tuning in, because I'm also seeing a lot of people who are doing this. I don't know. I'm just using my belt. I'm like, freaking, hey, good. You don't even have a clue what you're doing and it's working. Good. Keep the same approach. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And that's that kind of ability where you'll create your own language of communication in whatever way you want to. So I want you to imagine that in your spiritual room, you have your rules and regulations of how you can act and interact and facilitate these amazing connections. Because for me, I literally have like stadium seating in mind, but it's also, I've got my big rules and regulations. So anybody who comes in through me is going to read all my rules and regs, because they need to know how I can act. Like I said, some are a little bit better at showing pictures. Others can talk. Others can make you feel things. I need as much versatility to connect with as many people as I can. And I'm realizing, again, no one's same physically. They're not the same metaphysically. You are unique. as a soul print of consciousness. There is nobody like you. You ever question why our loved ones know who and where we are out of almost 8 billion people and this entire planet? Because for me, I found that like we have an IP address on the internet web, we have an SP address, a soul print address on the universal web, never lost and always found. Crazy, huh? That's the point. Why it's not happening to us? It's happening because of us. And when we can take that empowerment, because it's not always easy, we tend to sometimes have people in our lives that we give them the power. And, you know, hey, when we accept somebody like you make me happy or you make me angry, you don't make me anything. I make myself happy or angry in response to you. Oh yeah, and I'm going to stop being late as a response and start to create the reality before I get there. I'm lazy, man. I want it to be there. Now, just real quick, because I just want to give you a little bit of what I do and that you are proving to me that it works and I didn't make you do anything, if I may, because I wanted to make sure I'm not manipulating other people to get what I'm looking for. I don't need to do that. There's enough for everyone and so much more. But what I do each and every night before I go to sleep, I create a future memory. Last night before I went to sleep, I was mentally at the end of this following day today with this energy vibe through everyone else's energy field and back to mine with gratitude of being in service for those who even choose to vibe with the energy. And now here's the intent that I send out. That each person, for their own choices, reasons, circumstances, and needs, will magnetize to me in every way that I may be of service to them. And by the time they leave my presence, they will feel more loved, connected, directed, and empowered. And on average, they feel that. And the good thing is I know it's not me manipulating. I just put my energy vibe. And if they even choose to vibe with that, they'll bring it up. Because I learned that I don't approach the problem. I'm not stupid, but the more I was approaching the problem, I keep getting more of the problem. Like, gee, what up, man? Or am I getting more of the problem? I'm trying to change it. And he's like, well, that very reason. What am I supposed to do? He's like, well, Jamie, how about rather than approach the problem to change it, you create the solution to allow it to change. Not make it, allow it. Because when I would try to make things happen in my life, they usually wouldn't happen. And I began working with a life force. Once I started to create the future memories, realize I'm not manipulating others, but getting that reaction, because when I accept it, I now have 360 degrees for that reality to come to me with the life flow, not the force. And when we can do the best we can in any way to connect with us, and people can see that, they start realizing, so maybe it is okay to give yourself more love and compassion. You know, because I thought it was narcissism, and now I'm starting to realize you cannot give what you do not have. And people are like, hey, you're different. I'm like, good, I hope so. In a good way. They're like, oh yeah, it's just different. Because I'm into that scientific way. You know, a lot of the scientists that I was doing the studies with were like, hey, you're amusing. But that's the point, because it was fun and informative. For me, scientific studies help this entire planet because again, we all have our reasons that we do things. My impetus for doing this work professionally was having to watch my whole family graduate every 2 years from cancer. And there was nothing I could do. That tore my soul. I'm like, you know what? If I can't help this planet, I'm going to help this entire planet and myself because I need it. And now, scientific studies, it's literally helping this entire planet. And I'm getting more validation to go, that's why I say, please question everything. Be skeptical, just be open. That way you get practical. Otherwise, you'll start going over the edge. And then remember, everything's spiritual, life's relative. Where we're going to place in it and how we're going to live it. Any questions? Okay. We doing okay? Thumbs up?
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
I know that regarding exercise, is there different ways to open your third eye And I think opening your third eye is what opens you up, right?
Perfect. Yes. Let's do this. In your spiritual room, do you remember that third eye window that's a large metal shutter door?
Yeah.
Okay. When you're in there the next time, and we're going to go in there to meet our master guide here, but I want you to walk over to that metal shutter door and just begin to lift it up. It is effortless. And as it lifts up, in floods the white light of God, love, unification, safety, harmony, anything that you want to put into it. Now you're on. And I have that filtration system even in my spiritual room. Only loving energy is allowed. Nobody comes into my room unless I bring him in. And as soon as anyone comes in, they're going out. I will not wear that energy. It's the ability to help others so that we find ourselves again. And then they're looking at us as an example to do that. Because for me, anyone I'm talking with, I'm looking at them as the end result of whatever it is they're talking about. Going, okay, you know what? I love your truth and you're living it. So if what you're going to share is going to get me more like that, I'm listening because I love the truth for you and it feels good to me. But if they're saying things and it's not, that's like you're 800 pounds at a gym telling people, I'm going to show you how to look good. And the average person will be like, wow, that's a beautiful intent, but may not quite be the end result I'm looking for. Exactly. Live your truth the best that you can for you, and it will become an example for others. Because, you know, don't do the old school, do as I say, not as I do. Man, anything I share, I'll do. I was in hospitality for 17 years. I was overseeing people and all that good stuff. We got them off the floor, no freaking problem. Clean out the urns, you got it, man. I'm not silly. This is teamwork. And when they can see that somebody who, you know, is orchestrating the whole thing and is doing the teamwork, don't roll up their sleeves going, gee, if you're doing it, I'm willing to do it. It's not the management telling you what to do. I'm like, let me show you what to do. And when they can see, I'll work right by their side, man. That's the point. Sometimes you just need to know that somebody's there, that it doesn't have to be the lone ranger of this experience, because I will tell you, it can get lonely. That's why you make your own connections, you soothe your own soul, and then it becomes even more vibrant. And then more people are just drawn to you. It's an energy vibe. Remember, everything's energy. And that consciousness, thoughts are things, literally. Okay, so we've got this. We're going to go into our spiritual room again. And in this one, we're going to meet our master guide. And this is the exact visual I did for myself. Now, just real quick, I want to share with you what happened for me when I did my master guide connection. Because, man, we all have guides, but I wanted to have an idea of who I was talking with, who I was connecting with as a master guide. And so, again, I was in hospitality for many years, and I was on break. Okay, and I was at I love, it's Marriott Camelback Inn and Four Seasons stuff. I love the big mansions stuff. It vibes nicely. But within that, I'm sitting there in my spiritual room and I'm sitting in my own comfortable chair. And then I have this other chair that's empty and it's facing me. I called my master guide in to come and sit before me. As he starts walking in from the right to the left, I see that he's got a white robe on, like solid human hands and feet. And then he didn't have a head. It was a rainbow head of light. I'm like, what the? I don't understand what that is. And so after years now, it's unified into the white light. That's the spectrum of all the colors within it, kind of thing. So it was a huge aspect to go, all right, now you're sitting in front of me. I'm a little bit freaked, but that's okay. It's good because I know you're my master guide. Then as they sit before you, I want you to give yourself permission to ask your master guide anything and everything. For me, I was like, what, how long have we been working together? What connections do we have? And you know what, as I had my conversation, I was like, can I have a name to call you? Because my guy's lovely, but I'd like to have a little more personal. And he's like, yeah, my name is Chi. I'm like, oh, Chi, life force energy, that's cute. Please show me in my physical reality the name Chi, because I haven't seen that in a while, and I'll know it's real. Okay, so 20 minutes later, I go back and I'm supervising in the banquet bar area. And we had a BEO, banquet event order. And one of them, it was an Italian group. And there was a lot of letters. And I'm like, I can't pronounce this. And one of the bartenders comes over and he's like, let's play Hooked on Phonics. And he covers up all of the letters except for the first three, CHI. I'm like, you freaking did it. Be open for how that validation can come to you, whether it's in conversation with others, words in a book, on TV, a billboard. Be open, because I found that the more open I was, the more opportunity she was able to connect with me. I didn't limit it has to be one way. I'm like, hey, we got a team, baby. Let's do this together. And I have given my master guide complete receptivity to help me if I'm not paying attention to my own life experience, which was huge. Can I share with you what happened? Okay, I was driving this person to the doctor. And in that, I have two boys. And so the young lady that I was with was going to be in the doctor's office for a while. And there was, hundreds of parking spaces and a bunch of buildings and stuff. And so I'm just going real slow, like 5 miles an hour, and having fun with the kids, just talking. And all of a sudden, it's like I come out of a dream and I'm on something like, vroom, vroom. And my youngest son, who's sitting in the passenger seat with me, he's like, Dad, are you okay? What's going on? And I'm like, what the frick just happened? And I saw that I was wedged on a truck. It was a brand new dually truck. And so I got out because there was no owner there. I went to the offices and got their information, let them know, we did the exchange and stuff. But when I got out to look at that truck and the damage, when I went around my vehicle and I looked at their license plate, it said Jamie, Jami. That's my name. I'm like, really? Out of all these freaking cars, that? Because now I was fearful. Because now I'm like, what happened? Because if that's going to happen again, I can't drive. I'm not going to chance anything. And he said, well, Jimmy, it's not going to happen again. But we wanted to help you out because you weren't paying attention. And I'm like, how is helping me run into a truck a good thing? And his response was, well, Jamie, had you stayed on the original time frame of waiting for the person, they would come back, you'd pick them up, it would be lovely, you'd drive around, and then you'd pull out into the main street, and then you'd be going down, and you do have a green light, and then you'd be going through the green light, and this red truck was going to T-bone us and would have taken us out, the whole family. I went from what the flag knock to thank you. Holy, how life's really running into a truck literally was life-saving. And so oddball or random enough, but really out of all of those vehicles, I connect with the one that has my name on it, literally. That's when it gets real. That's when I'm like, oh, I'm not silly. But it's also that kind of a dynamic that if you're open for it, you can have your master guide have your back. They will not manipulate you. They know how to read energy, is the point. So my thing is I have calm, relaxed confidence, because not only do I know I'm safe, but anything that she brings through is already safe. It is already connected with love, compassion, and empowerment. We're doing good? Cool. Now, as we're moving along, we've got a few of the safety parameters, right? Implosion, explosion of the white light. We've got the ability to no longer ask to be kept protected, but give gratitude for safety. And now we're going to get into a few other things, and that is giving you a chance to be in your spiritual room. So I want you to relax, get yourself comfortable, and be open. And I want you to see yourself walking towards that beautiful golden pyramid. standing at the closed door that's right in front of you, the treasure chest off to the right. And again, you will lift that lid. Out floods the white light, and you breathe out, exhale all of the negative energies within. Now, clean, cleared, and sealed. The door opens, and you know instinctively to walk in. And as you do, you begin to find 2 comfortable chairs in the middle of your spiritual room facing each other. You know instinctively to let that chair hold you as it will. And in the other chair that is empty, I want you to ask your master guide to come before you. And again, give them any questions that you might have. Now, some people do not get a name to call their guides, and they just keep going without a name. And my thing is, sometimes if they don't give them a name, why don't you give your guide a name? Don't we do that for our beautiful children, for our beautiful animals? It is just a label of connection. And in feeling this beautiful dynamic of your spiritual room, now ask your master guide to come and sit before you. No preconceived notions of any kind, whether it's a male or a female, energy or nothing, or a rainbow. Whatever shows up or doesn't is a connection. And as you ask them anything, and you can come back as often as you would like to, there is no limit for what you can do with you. And in those connections, feeling empowered, feeling loved, and connected to your master guide, you stand up from the chair after this first meeting, and your guide stands before you. I want you to give them a soulful hug. Feel that connection of your master guide. Feel their energy vibe, because you will know specifically your master guide by their vibe. They will not mislead you. They will honor and connect with you. And as you stand before, I want you to look at your guide and let them know how much you love them and appreciate, for they are always for you. And as you share that and feel that connection, I want you to turn around and begin walking towards the door. As you get to the door, you turn around and look at your spiritual room, and you see that your master guide has disappeared. He has gone from the metaphysical of a location to the physical, metaphysical soul location, right here, right now. And they will always help you. Your job is to ask for help if you choose to, and they will do it with you, but not for you. This connection with your master guide and getting some solid validation that there's something to this connection, because I wanted to see that name in some way. And 20 minutes later, it happened for me. It may not always happen like that. Whatever way your guide reaches out to you, your job is to just be open and receptive. Because the more relaxed and receptive, the clearer that communication is with our master guide. And how I know when our loved ones are connecting and communicating with this and my master guide is this. When we're thinking about our own life and mentally wandering and wishful thinking, that energy vibe tends to come from the inside out. Like, okay, there you go. That's mentally wandering. But when our loved ones on the other side and our guide are connecting with us, it's like this. Boom! When they tune you in, you did not saunter back. They shifted your consciousness. And whoever touches your mind first with that connection is usually who it's coming from. It has their individualized soul print connected to it. Like a fingerprints, we are soul prints, unique. Nobody's the same. And then, as you've made this connection, feel the love and the teamwork. Be open with the adventure of life and how your master guide can work with you in different ways. Not only just the name as a potential, but if they don't give you a name, give them a name. It's only a label. They want you to be comfortable. Excellent. And as you walk out that door of your spiritual room, feeling this beautiful connection, you look over to the side and see that beautiful garden again and begin to walk toward it. Realize you have just met your master guide. If nothing was said or nothing was experienced, you are still connecting with them. On some of these experiences, just because you may not consciously be aware of it, your Soladex as an eternal being is registering every experience in every way. And when you can realize that you're not missing out on life, but you're also connecting with it more powerfully, you'll find that that empowerment will get you to live life more than survive it. Because when we survive, it will wear you down and tire you out. You'd be like, no, it's weird. I got 12 hours of sleep, but I'm just wiped. Just your job is, as much as you help others, again, keep your soul rejuvenated, because it's a win-win. And a lot of people don't know how to help the one who helps everyone else. They'll offer, if there's anything I can do for you, I am here. They mean it. They just don't know how to help you. So you, like me, do the best you can to help yourself. That's huge. Because I also found that sometimes people don't want to have to go through that experience. They would like to see somebody else go through it and learn from that. And when they can go with that vantage point, and allow the experience to happen, they'll become more comfortable as they connect within their own way, uniquely, and at one-ment. And as you continue to walk, and as you step on the threshold from that path onto the beautiful, cool grass, as soon as you completely are standing in your garden, I want you to come back to this reality, and we are on, right here, right now. When you're ready, bring yourself back in to this moment. Excellent. Did anyone make a connection with their guide that you might want to share? Please. Yes, Jamie. Yes, ma'am.
Hold on, let me wipe the tears away.
Awesome. Beautiful. Beautiful.
I don't know. It might be too,
Yeah, I know, huh?
it's too light to see, but it wasn't person-ish. It was more like just a shape, but not a defined shape, more of like a triangle, but not a, I don't know, very hard to explain.
I certainly understand what you're sharing. Yes, ma'am.
And I want proof, because there's like the letters that came across, I feel like they're jumbled or not in order, or something's wonky about them. But the letters that I wrote down that came across were spell Ranzient, so Ranziient.
And there's your name. It's that simple. Here, put the pieces together. What are you vibing with? What are you picking up? That's beautiful. And not only that, they showed you how to spell it.
Yeah,
Kind of interesting.
I mean, I don't know though that anyway, I'm interested to see what happens in the next, let's say, week, because I feel like this is going to come very, very clear. Me seeing something that's the actual letters, because I feel like there's a letter or two in this that isn't American.
And isn't it interesting? It's a name, it's letters, yet you're going,
Right.
I don't know if it's English or what. It's like, right, huh? Isn't it weird? But you already have information about that particular dynamic.
For
It
sure.
will speak volumes.
And definitely the vibe was so clear. It was so like a very specific vibrational.
And again, the more that you come to this room, the more that you work with your own energy of consciousness, the more solid you'll be with your own identity. Because like I said, we've got to do the best we can to have, because, we want to help, but I also found that I needed to have an idea of who I am so that I didn't lose myself to the process. I know when I'm thinking my own thoughts and when someone's connecting with me, because it's a whole energy shift. Sometimes it takes a while. Your job is just imagine yourself going anywhere that you would like to, whether it's the beautiful beach that Jamie shared or any place, and just have fun. I want you to walk around that place, touching things. Feel those metaphysical senses, because the more that you can be light about it and you're not having to be on to read, it'll give you a lot less stress and more open receptivity. Because no one's going to know unless you share something. It's that simple. I want you to be empowered and less fearful. Yes, ma'am. Good? Okay. All right, ladies, let's, yes, Rachel, after this, we're going to take a 10-minute break. Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Sometimes when I'm doing these exercises, I'm like, how do I know that this is really like my spirit guide and not me imagining or making things up or having an imagination? And it's that's
the thing.
So hard for me to disconnect from.
Good thing is it does take an imagination. But now you're realizing, well, wait a minute, I have an idea when I'm thinking my thoughts, and then there's a connection to the other side because, okay. Because remember, the other side is just like our master guide on a different frequency.
Because I saw a gold, it was like, it almost looked like a person or almost sound like an avatar almost, or it was like gold. And I got the letters of Sal, something like that. But then
Awesome.
okay, am I just making this up or is this, and it's this crazy fight I'm having within myself.
But the good thing is you're questioning it. That's the point. It takes some sanity to realize you're potentially insane. And that way, you're not just mentally wandering and wishful thinking. That's the point. That's why, I shared with you, get some solid validation. Now, what I would love for you to think about doing, let's journal these experiences. Just a quick date, a time, and a quick description. I've written things down for most of my life.
When I wrote her name down and I put a question, I'm like, am I making this up? Is this?
Yeah, guess what? You're not. And the great thing is they'll go past that barrier to go, are you making it up now? Because we're coming back again. And you're like, oh, wait a minute, either I'm on autopilot or this is a real thing. Exactly. And that's why I'm saying your master guide or any of your guides want to give you some validation. You're not manipulating, you have to do it. It's, let's do this together. And you know what? If you can give me those solid validation, it's going to be a lot easier for me to accept and not have to dig into my own stuff because I've already been digging. Now I've found some stuff and I can build from there. Needed a solid base to build on. And again, as things can get good, they can get better. Do the best we can to stay out of our own way. And you will see that you begin to live life more than survive it.
That's beautiful. Thank you.
You're welcome. Nice work. That's beautiful.
Before we go on break,
Yep.
Can I share this as a validation to everybody? Can everyone see that?
You were never alone. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Hey, wasn't it the lady before you? I think she was saying how we're never alone. It wasn't you. It was, I think, the lady before you that with Marie Claire.
Yep.
Or Michelle Claire.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. She was just telling how long during the break you talked and we went on break. I pulled a card and that's the one I got. And I said, if that is an affirmation
and
I don't know what is.
validation. Exactly. Now we're
Or,
seeing
yes.
in your day-to-day practicality, they can give you validation. Because more than likely, pulling a card, you've already
Mhm.
given some power of knowingness to go, if I pull this card, there's usually a meaning with it. And what's weird is out of 74, 78
Mhm.
cards, if it's the tarot, then the very one, what a lucky, there is no luck. It is precision on the universe's part.
Mhm.
And pulling those cards,
Yep.
now you can see how easily our master guide, or whoever you choose to, can work with those physical realities that we perceive. Because look at what happened. Both Rachel and
Yep.
Jamie's guides let him spell it. They gave him letters. That's beautiful.
Mhm.
That's why I'm saying be open, but just like you got a solid validation that things are lining up. You don't always have to be extremely specific. Keep it generalized, but hold that vibe in a good way of positive, loving, light energy. Okay, because sometimes, and did you get any other information with that card, Liz?
No, but it just reminded me of what she's saying. You are never alone. I never thought I was, but it just, because it just happened right after we got done talking to her. Well, you talked a little bit and then I pulled the card. So no, I didn't get any use with it though.
And interesting, but did you pull a card with Michelle or any of the other presentations? Probably not.
No.
Oh, what a coincidence. Right. Oh, so you used a
No.
tool that got you now modernized validation. Go, right, exactly. We're going to update it. All right. That's spirituality and quantum
Yeah.
thinking, now spiritual physics. That's more practical. And the great thing is look at how comfortable and confident you are going, you know, it was on break. I just pulled a card to see what I'd get. And again, right along the lines of the very information that we're working with, you might have gotten some solid validation to go, had you not picked up that particular card, you may not have gotten that validation in that case. However, our guides are not that limited. It's like, they're not paying attention to this way. So doink, let me get them on that way. And you're like, oh, got it. Okay, I'm in. And it doesn't have to be the scary stuff. It can be the great stuff. That's the point, is keeping it light, solid, and effortless.
Have you ever pulled the card more than once, like the same one?
Yes.
Yeah, that happens a lot, and it's the same one, and I'll pull it throughout the day, and I'm like, are you kidding? Like this, maybe I didn't.
And you shuffle, right?
No, and I shuffle them. I do shuffle them, and it's the same. Look, okay, I hear you, but
And now you're
Doesn't that usually mean you have to pay attention and
Yep.
And they're trying to slap in the face saying,
They're trying
what
to
are we saying? Look at us.
We know you think you get it, but
right. But I look back and go, okay, because there's one that said, "Don't worry," and 3 times later that day, I was like, okay, fine, you win.
and you're actually listening to it. Freaking A, that's the point. Because they can give us insight.
Okay, you win.
Yeah, and did it work? Did it help you in any way?
Completely, because I was just having this really bad day. I was like, all right, I just let it go. And like the next day I woke up, I felt so much better. It's like an instant shift happened because I just trusted, okay, there's a reason you're pulling the same thing over and over. You're not getting it.
Exactly. And the good thing is you're aware of a pattern. Now it's like, okay, well, in this card, it could have been anything, but I'm talking to me and trying to get validation about this. And I'm pulling that same card consistently. Now, as you know, those who do tarot, when you're shuffling, you put your energy vibe, your soul print of consciousness on those cards. That's why Maggie's amazing at it. She can do it around the world and the people don't even have to touch the cards. She can put their soul print energy wise on those cards as she shuffles them. And now that person who Maggie reads for gets blown away, because I love these different tools. Question everything, but there are so many tools to use. It's what works for you. What do you feel comfortable? For me, I'm lazy. I am the tool, because I found, in a good way, I found that, you know, if I've got this, I don't always necessarily have time, or it's not comfortable for someone to throw down cards on the street. It's, I've got to do the best I can to be in my own way so that I'm on every step of the way. And if I need to communicate, in this case, I'm not going to use the tool of the cards. I'm going to use my Solodex of the cards. Because as I roll through that, The information will pop right up like, there's what I'm looking for. It will speak volumes to you. And then the more that you do this and then start to get some validation, you know, people start to go, whoa, that was crazy cool. How lucky. And you'd be like, yeah, luck, coincidence. They're just seeing the tip of the iceberg of what you're creating this moment. They don't see all of your life experience that you've built upon with all the tools and techniques and perspectives to get to that point. They just see that, and that's magic. When they see that as magic, they're genuinely interested in an end result of what you're doing, or they wouldn't vibe that powerfully with a magical vibe. Again, as you know, life's not happening to us, it's happening because of us.
Thank you for sharing with us, Liz.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you. And again, ladies, if there's anything else, other tools that you use, I bring it on, man. Like I'm saying, if I have knowledge about it, I'll share it. If not, I don't have a clue. I'm not going to make stuff up. I wouldn't be doing this long if I threw cheesies out there. I love you. I respect you, but it's known as what you want to hear. Here you go. And sometimes they need that to go, that's the first time I got it that way. Okay, because now I've had those patterns around, but I've just been whatever. Now you looking at me, it's like you just knocked me over the head. I'm like, well, you did it to yourself, so nice job. Remember, we're just the information. It's that individual person's choice to use that information and put it to the test. Once you start to get some solid validation, now it's real. Because like I always say, what is this meditation manifesting, or why am I doing it? Cool? 10-minute break. We'll see you in just a few.
About 25 after.
Getting it ready. So they might see me on your thing. Yeah? Okay. Oh. That's cool. Okay, so have it here on your desktop when we're ready.
How do we play it? If you would be able to stand up to the side and then play it for me.
Just like this.
Okay, so that I don't lose the screen that I'm on.
You won't. Wait, I'll be here to help you. Definitely be here to help you. That's not what I wanted to do. And if you're gonna jump right into that meditation, I would start the camera.
Okay. You remember that to turn it on?
Yeah.
Can we just like, turn it on and then come out? Okay, because I want to choose.
Like this is done working. Oh. They might have seen your beautiful life.
Mhm.
And this is about 15 minutes for meditation.
That was the fastest 10 minutes.
Hope you don't mind, we have a visitor.
Oh, boy or girl?
It's a boy. His name's Milo.
Oh, Milo.
He just wants my food.
Cute. Jamie, you're on mute.
Thank you. Perfect. And how old is that beautiful child?
So he is a rescue. I rescued him off the street about 7 years ago. So I think he's older. He kind of, you can kind of see he's got some gray. So maybe like 12.
That's fantastic. And you know, it's funny, but we don't even know the age. Ain't nothing but a number.
He's my baby, no matter what. He's always my child. That's what I always tell people. So this is my fur baby.
And look at that. But in addition, all you're doing is connecting with that beautiful animal. Yet look at how unconditionally loving and accepting it is. Exactly. No preconceived notions. Yeah. And that's the ability is a contributing factor is when we can just be us and they still love us. Holy moly. That's freaking amazing. And when we can find more comfort in our day-to-day living surroundings, it'll be able to give us more comfort and relaxed energy when we're vibing for other people or mediumship or whatever the case is. Now, I think we're still waiting on a few more people. So once we are ready, Maggie, my lovely wife, has done a meditation that is going to be the liquid light of consciousness, which is about 15 minutes. And then we're going to do a breakout session where I am going to send you mental telepathy cards and let's see what you can get. Again, it's time to have fun with this. Want to put it practical day to day. Hey, I'm doing this, but you're always on. That kind of a connection is huge because for me, I'm always aware of things the way that I do it, but I'm open for a shift in consciousness because I found if I'm going in a direction, if anything is going to touch my energy field, one, I feel it and I trace it to whoever it's connected to. Only the positive, loving energy of my team or guide is allowed to do that, just so you know. So it's that effectiveness that I've a lot of comfort with what my guides do and my master guide Chi that helps to orchestrate the other guides. Thank you very much. Okay, so I want you to get relaxed. Beautiful. Now, in addition, this liquid light of consciousness, we also have on a Psychic Evolution, which is a podcast that Maggie and I do. And if you want to hear that and some other information about it, tune into season 3, episode 13, Improving Your Psychic Reading Skills. Okay. And then remember, each experience that you are working with is a vibrational pattern you're connecting with in your soul print of consciousness. That is going to be a big key to success. And literally, you know, you don't have to take it to my level. Like I shared, every movement, every step I make, literally I'm reading to the point where we walk Simba, our beautiful dog, and we go a couple miles every morning. But literally I'm walking, I got to step on a certain angle of the cement. Oh, we got to go around this, go around that. And I'm like, all right. Enough. It's like, okay, let me think my own thoughts. But I get my time to think it. But Chi also let me know the reason why for myself is I need to feel every interconnection, every choice, every reaction of those choices so that it builds in my Solodex information as a reaction of other people. And when I can help myself and get a little bit more clear as to how I'm creating reality, like we've been sharing, then it's a little bit more comfortable to go, I don't have to be fearful to go, I hope that person's not going to come in as negative. It's, I put this stuff to the test solidly. And for me, that's all I can speak about. I know it's real. And it will be the confidence that you know, not believe. Okay, there's another dynamic that some people, if you've heard of saging, okay, they'll be like, and they're out of here, and it's a clean way. And the other side sometimes is like, give me some more, dude. You don't believe that crap. You could do all you want, but they can feel. You do not fool the universe. For me, it's whatever works for you to give you comfort, and safety is a key. Like I said, I want to give you information, but you will put your own flavor and see what you do or don't want to work with. That's the beauty of it. It becomes a lot more empowering, not disempowering.
You ready for this?
Yep. So get yourself nice and relaxed. And if you could, is there ability to see the bigger screen? Or?
Right now, I have a screen share.
Oh, okay.
So
Perfect.
they're seeing our logo. And
Cool. Hopefully you can see our logo. My big head, man. Lordy. Okay. And
there's your group video.
beautiful.
Should start in about 20 seconds.
Okay.
Make sure it goes on.
Good.
Make sure everyone can hear it when it starts.
Great. There you go. Just relax into it. When it starts, we're just going to have fun and go with it. Get ready. It's going to happen in a few seconds.
All right, now just settle into your chair. Put your feet on the ground and just slowly settle in. Feel the weight of your body just relaxing. Just allow yourself to settle in. Get comfortable. You can keep your eyes closed or open, whatever you would like to do. Just want you to connect to your breath of life for a moment. Watch the exhale as it leaves your body. Embrace the inhale as you naturally receive the breath of life. Nice inhale. Exhale through your mouth. Inhale through your nose. Enjoy 3 divine breaths. As you exhale, inhale. Now that you're nice and relaxed, we're going to still the mind. Just focus on my voice. All other thoughts, watch them, let them go. Anything that you've been thinking about today, just let it go for a moment. This is time for you, time for your psychic development, time for your psychic evolution. Feel that calming music just relax you. Still you, hold you in a sacred space. Now, we're going to make sure all our safety and parameters are turned on. By now, you most likely have developed those in your psychic evolution. If not, I will just talk you through my own. As I call upon the Angel of the East, I give gratitude for this safe environment that you provide for me. Thank you. Angel of the South, I call upon you with gratitude in the safety that you provide for me. Angel of the West, I give gratitude for the safety that you provide for me. Angel of the North, I give gratitude for the safety that you provide for me. Only those of the light are welcome in this space and all others be gone. I surround myself in unconditional love and allow it to flow through me. Another deep breath, in through the nose, out through the mouth. And 3 nice deep breaths in your own time, in your own rhythm, in your own way. As you settle into your chair, this nice, beautiful cocoon, this beautiful little bubble you've created, this time set aside for you, for your psychic evolution. Now imagine a beam of liquid light from the top of your head to the base of your spine. Allow yourself to feel the fluid movement of this light through your body, through the core of your being. From the top of this, we connect to the cosmos, to the farthest reaches of space. And in the base of your spine, you connect this energy deep into the core of the earth. As above, so below. We allow this energy to flow through our being from the farthest reaches of the cosmos to the deepest core of the earth. We allow the liquid light of consciousness to activate our psychic potential. We hold the space of love to be the conduit of this energy, of light to be the frequency, the vibration. Allow your higher self and your master guide to be present with you. They are holding space while you form your connection to the cosmos and the connection to the earth. Allow this liquid light to flow through the core of your being. You may feel it travel down the spine, vertebrae by vertebrae. As this energy connects spiritual energy to the physical energy of this earth, we feel it in our bodies. We ask the energy come down through our crown chakra, relaxing the head, relaxing all the muscles in the face, the jaw. Any tension is released. Just relaxing the muscles of the body as the energy comes through the crown chakra into the third eye. Relax your eyes, ears, as it comes into the throat. Release the jaw. Allow your shoulders to drop. Allow the energy to flow through your arms into your fingertips. All the while connecting to the cosmos and the earth, becoming the channel of your psychic evolution. Feel that energy as it comes down into the chest and the heart, relaxing the muscles of the body, relaxing the diaphragm as it goes into the solar plexus, relaxing the stomach and the back as this energy travels down into the belly, relaxing the muscles, the low back, coming into your root chakra, relaxing the pelvic girdle, relaxing the whole spine, allowing it to travel down the legs, relaxing the hips and the thighs, the knees, down through the calves, into the feet, grounding into the earth. Your whole body is relaxed, receptive to a liquid light of consciousness. From the top of your head, through the base of your spine, all the way to your feet. We allow the spiritual energy to descend into this physical body, into our physical reality, all the way through our being. Feel the flow of energy, the liquid light of consciousness as it wraps around your mind, your throat, your heart, calming, soothing, opening you to your gifts. It travels down the body, opening up all the senses in which to receive information. One by one, we will activate your metaphysical senses. Activating clairvoyant, activating clairaudient, activating clairgustance, the ability to taste, activating clairalience, the ability to smell, activating claircognizance, clairsentience, the ability to know, activating your skin vision, the ability to feel things. We open our metaphysical senses safely, comfortably, in a relaxed way. We allow this liquid light of consciousness to flow through our entire being, gently opening us up. In the crown chakra, we activate connection to spirit, to your master guide, to all of your guides, to your higher self. In the third eye chakra, we activate connection to your intuition, to trusting the messages. We activate the messages for clarity and understanding. In the throat, we activate our ability to communicate those messages. At this moment, if you would like to hear a message, ask your higher self, ask your master guide for the message. Now be open and receptive in this liquid light of consciousness. Allow that message to unfold. There will be a moment of silence while you receive your message. Now, give thanks and gratitude for this moment in our psychic evolution, in this liquid light of consciousness. You may stay in this space of relaxation. You may journal your experiences. You may hold this liquid light in your conscious mind whenever you choose, as often as you choose, and for as long as you choose, in love for the best of all concerned. Thank you for the work that you do in the world. Thank you for developing your psychic evolution.
Awesome. Feeling the relaxed energy. You are on, receptive, and ready. And when you're ready, come back to this reality and breathe. Excellent. You guys like that? I want to give you some of those tools and techniques. That way you can not only listen to anything we do, create your own. That is part of the magic. You know, and in that breath of life dynamic, I always say for me, we live our entire life in one breath. So when we come into this world, we breathe in. And when we go out, we breathe out. The trick is to just breathe, because most of us tend to hold our breath and then we get choked off. The ability is to take it a little bit at a time, what's comfortable for you, and build upon that. For me, I had to do it my whole life. I needed to build on the basics. I didn't try to go, because then you're like, what am I missing? And then you're distracted. For me, it's solid. And as I build, I can build it anywhere. There is no limit. But it gives me the solid knowingness, not belief, but knowingness that I'm on, receptive, and safe. Now, with this nice tune in, we're going to do a little bit of a breakout session. And for me, those who know me know that my mom and I studied for 20 years practicing psychic medium stuff, and we would send and receive cards, mental telepathy. Well, in the beginning, we had the square, circle, flat, and it was great. But my mom and I also found that if we started to send more information with that particular dynamic, that you might get a clearer message. And what I mean by that is, with these circumstances, we have the water, the mountain range, tree, and fire. Now, if you would, I'm going to have you write down sequentially 1 through 7. 1 at the top, 7 at the bottom. Now, for my mom and I would send it as an example that instead of a number or a shape, we started to do objects, scenery. And I found that the more energy, the more information I put with that card, the stronger the vibe would get, which would help people pick it up. And what I mean by that is I would take a lion, okay? And then not only would I see the lion, I would start sending the circus, the lion tamer, rawr, any of those things that are connected to that particular target. I call things a target because that's exactly what they are. Trying to read it, you got a target. So, first one, like dyslexic with his camera, Lordy. First one is going to be nature. Okay, and that's the 4 cards that I showed you so far. Number 2 is going to be animals. Number 3, loved one validations from the other side. You'll see. Number 4 is colors. Five are beings. Like these kinds of beings. Exactly. And so we're going to go with these cards and have some fun. Now, number 4 is the colors. 5 is beings. 6 is shapes. The square, the circle, the triangle, that kind of thing. And number 7 is numbers. Numbers. Cool. Now, what we're going to do is I'm going to take each subject and we're going to do, you're going to choose one card that I'm going to send you out of the 4 cards. And we'll quickly go over this again so that you know exactly what the cards are. And what I would love for you to think about doing, write down underneath there so you know exactly what the cards are. Fire, a tree, water, and that's it, 4 of them. Perfect. Now, I am going to choose one of these 4 cards, and I want you to just relax your mind. No thinking aloud, no preconceived notion. I feel you. Allow it to drop into your big head. It will come to you, okay? Because otherwise you're trying to search for something and then you're using your own frame of reference of your reality as you perceive it to be. And if it's not that, you're going to screw it up. But true. That's why I'm like, here's the appropriateness. Know when to say, when not to, and when to keep going, man. So what we're going to do, we're going to go through all 7 sections. Let's see how you're doing. And then we're going to do another one and see if you start picking up even more. Don't worry. Just go with it. Just have fun. Just have fun. The first thing that touches your mind, go with. Okay, you got to build up that blind faith. And in this connection, as I send you information, become aware of how you might be receiving this information. Are you feeling the information? Are you getting a visual? Can you hear the connection? Because that hearing thing, I would also have the lion roar. And then they're like, holy crap, I've got all these senses. And I found that because it was strong enough with multiple vibrations of information, we started picking up on it quicker, more efficiently. And then you will see that people's thoughts get amped up and then they lock in a certain rate out of the potential for anything to manifest. Here's most likely what you're creating and where you're going to go. We become road signs for other people. I love you. You don't have to pay attention, but I'm usually a good road sign. Do you like what's coming up for you or do you not? I want to make you proactive. Okay. And again, I'm about empowerment, man. It's huge because when I found that not only could I help others, but myself, it was a whole new game. Because I would always, in the beginning, push it away. No, I'm not smart though. Like, frick that. If I'm working with others, I'm going to let the universe work with me too. I'm not silly. It's the same tool, multidimensional. doesn't question who you are. If you're thinking those thoughts, planting those seeds, you're connecting, you're communicating. So out of the 4, the first one is nature. Again, either a tree, a mountain, fire, or water. Okay, so I am going to mix these up and I'm going to choose a card and I will send it to you. Just be open, don't push it, don't rush it. If it's quiet, let it be quiet. We'll take a minute or so for each read. Just have fun, have fun. First thing that touches your mind, say in this way, write it down. Are you ready? I am now sending you the information. Good. Anything, in any way that you get information from, register it. These are already some of the modalities and avenues that you receive information with. Good. You have it? Take your time. What touches your mind? Good. Okay. Now, we're going to move to the second group. The second. This is for the animals. For the animals. It will either be a horse, a puppy, an eagle, or an elephant. Relax and receive. Be open for different information to touch your mind, all connected with the card. Sending it stronger. Good, just receive. Good. The next one is loved one validations. Your choices: a dragonfly, a feather, a butterfly, and ladybug. Those are the cards to choose from. I'm going to send you the impulse now, that 5 of energy and information. Sending. Be open for any information. No thinking, just receiving. blind faith. It's effortless. Just receive. Okay. The next set. Colors. White, red, purple, and yellow. Now looking at these, those are the four. What draws your attention? Okay, you ready? Now, I am sending. Be open for colors that just drop into your head. You're now seeing a variety of different targets. With information. Good. The next one. Beings. Either an elemental, ET. Remember, we're ETs to everyone else. It's very relative. Human. And angel. Now, I'm going to select the card. Sometimes you might get information before that question or card is even sent. Have fun. If something drops into your mind, write it down. I am now sending you the card. A variety of different pictures, feelings, words am I sending, all with the one subject. Good. Tuning in. Blind faith. Good. Now, this set is one card different, meaning for the other ones we've done so far, 4 cards. On the shapes, we're going to have 5 to choose from. First one, triangle. Second one, square. Third one, circle. Fourth one, a star. And the fifth one, a straight flat line. Cool, you now have the cards. And I'm going to select one. And we're going to see, just have fun. first. And now, sending. Go with it. Pay attention to how you're receiving the information as well. Pictures, words, life experience, anything. Good. We're going to move in to one more. Okay. The next set, numbers. It's going to be 1 through 4. Just shovel them up. And we're going to send. And sending. Excellent. You guys are doing good. Good. Now, I'm going to read what ones I had chosen, and I'm going to give you a little bit of information of what I was sending in connection with these. That way you start to get a flavor. Go, oh, I saw that, but I ignored it. Or, yep, I saw it and I acted on it. I want to give you the versatility of reading energy. Again, there's so many different ways. So, the first one was water. I was sending pictures of the ocean, of boats, and Navy and Marines. I was focused on the water from a faucet, from a fountain, the effortless vibe. So that's what I sent with the first one. I want you to get kind of a gauge to see if maybe you got something there that either hopefully you acted on, or if not, you received it. That way you know you're receiving. Okay. The third one is the third one is a ladybug.
Oh, can we do the second one?
Yes, ma'am. Did I already? Lord, isn't that interesting? I'm gonna jump around. Thank you. And that's how easily you could redirect and go, oh, well, wait a minute, I'm jumping around here, and you just got it right in there. Perfect. Second one is a horse. I said horse racing, cowboys sitting on a horse, horses grazing with the hay, training, a show is what I set with that one. Cool. God bless you. Thank you guys for being patient with me. The third one, I sent a ladybug. I was showing them flying around, the little black polka dots that are on those, the loving spiritual energy of how we feel with that effortless being. Excellent. Number 4, the color white. White. I was sending you white walls, white pillars, the top of the waves on the ocean that become white, paper that is white, the white rose. Cool. Number 5, is the ET, extraterrestrial, like all of us are. For ET, sending the movie, ET Gone Home. In addition, spaceships disappearing, manifesting, the stars. Cool. Number 6, which is shapes. And the first one, a star. Seeing a golden sticker on kids' report cards that they got the golden star of attainment. Golden stars. I sent the sun, which is a star, and the golden vibe. Again, it's the subtleties of information. You'll pick up some. What you do, great. What you don't, release, lighten up. Doing the best we can. That's all we can do. It gets better and better. For number 7, the number 3. Excellent. I was doing 1, 2, 3. I was doing 3 of everything. 3 vehicles, 3 horses, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. And again, that versatility and the amped up energy, it didn't matter what I was targeting, animals or any of that, it was the number associated with it. 3 tall skyscrapers, 3 of good, bad, happy. All of these things, for me, all I have to do is just send that energy out. And a lot of times you might be picking up on it. And then I want you to be aware of how you received it, and let's see how you did with it. So, how many got 1 correct? 2? Perfect. 3? 4? Awesome. Fantastic. 5? Fantastic. 6? And 7. Okay. So now kind of look at what you hit. And if you can, a little bit of the information that went around that hit or target. Yes, Rachel.
I have written on here, a lot of these that I picked was my very first instinct, and then I questioned it and picked something different. But on here, you can see it says first instinct, first instinct. So a lot of these, like I heard water, I heard an ocean. Okay, I heard
exactly.
Like, I think it might be a tree though. I don't, and so I kept switching it. But my first, like before you even pulled the white card, I was like, it's white. But the last 2 I got immediately. I was like, no, that's what I feel. That's what it is.
Excellent.
Excellent. But that was frustrating because I knew like the ladybug one. I'm like, it's ladybug. I have a ladybug tattoo on my foot. I knew it was ladybug.
And the great thing is
it a butterfly? I see fluttering. So
good thing is first thing was the butterfly or the ladybug.
First thing.
Yeah. See, and wait a minute. Yeah, that's why I also said that other one going, see, sometimes before it's even there, you'll pick up information. And you're like, well, it was the color white. And I'm like, really? I didn't even say anything yet. But there you go. And so that is again, the future picking up, right? Because it hadn't been said yet. You'll be able to pick that energy up because here's the thing. Not only does it become the object or the target that I'm sending, you're getting the feelings of my mental impulses of sending. You'll feel that vibrational pattern. It's very comfortable, it's very casual, but it's consistent.
Why do we doubt ourselves? Why do we change it? Like, because he's doing the same thing over here. And I'm sitting here going, why the hell did I change it so much? Why would I change it?
But here's the thing. You got the correct answer. You just didn't listen to it.
Yes.
So good thing is right. Good thing is you got it first thing, right? You're like, yeah, but I just didn't do like, really? Well, exactly. And another thing that I would do when I was first starting to read is I would have 2 things, 2 circumstances or targets, and I would have like 10 times, and I kept picking the other one. And I'm like, gee, I got 0 out of 10. He's like, actually, you got 1,000 out of 10. Because when you feel it, you see how you felt that one energy and you chose the other one? The next time you feel that energy, choose the other one. I was freaking accurate. I'm like, oh God, that's genius. because it's that type of an energy acting on it and then saying it and getting some accuracy first of how you want to receive it. And notice, as Rachel was sharing, she was seeing some water, the ocean, and that was the exact scene that I had showed as one of them. So now you can see that the pulsation from one person, in this case, the source that I'm sending it, is able to pick up and send it to all of you at once. It's a holographic universe. Like we're here and we're connected, so is everything. Right here, right now. There is no time. It is all present. So, in this capacity, having an idea of how you're receiving it, we're going to get into a little bit of the chakras, okay? And then we'll do another round, if we have the time, of the cards. And we'll do it a second time to see what you get. Okay. Now, the ability of dealing with our chakras. Okay, on average, people tend to associate the chakras as a spinning, like disc or wheel. She let me know it is not a flat disc. It is a perfectly orbed circle. It has 360 degrees of every direction to feel and read. Now, with the auric field workout, I'm going to give you some of the chakras, a little bit of information as to how we perceive the chakras. And then if you're open, I want to amplify your chakras, okay? And what I mean by that is it's the white light. For me, I do TV and radio and all that stuff. I have a lot of fun. And a number of years ago, I was doing a television show and I was the host of the show, and we were interviewing a gentleman named Bill Holman up in Sedona. Bill Holman is the keeper of the Mitchell Hedges crystal skull. It's one of the few skulls that have a detachable jaw and a big old crystal going. If you sliced that once, it would have crashed. They didn't. It's there. So we were sitting there talking, and I was interviewing. It was an all-day thing. It was freaking amazing. And he had this beautiful skull and didn't let a lot of people touch it. Well, I was very honored and thankful. He was gracious enough to let me touch that crystal skull. As I'm going down like this, and then I touch it, all of my chakras went white. I'm like, what the frig? What just happened? I've not seen that before. I'm used to the red, orange, yellow, green, blue, down, purple. And in doing that, she let me know that, in this case, the white is the unification of all colors within the spectrum. Notice how each chakra of the old school, red, you're only reading from one spectrum. Your chakras can receive anything and everything from any direction. It, again, is circular. It's like a ball. The more you do it and play with it, the better you get and can have fun with it. So, as we're going to do some alignment of the chakras. And I just want to kind of start with some of the basics, and then we'll go from there. And again, ladies, if you have any questions, get my attention, man. So the first one that we're going to work with is the root chakra. That's at the base of the pelvic area, and that is red. Now, this alignment for this chakra is the life force energy and the foundation of life, basically what we build upon. And again, that chakra is red at the bottom of your back or pelvic area. The next one, which is just below the navel, just below it, and that is the sacral. It is the color orange. Orange. This is the connection to your metaphysical body as well. Now, from the root red to the sacral of orange, and then just above the navel, the belly button, it is the solar plexus chakra. It is the color of yellow. Now, the solar plexus is your power center. It is what you think of yourself and life. And when your vision of self is based on the soul frequency coming through the root chakra, and you identify yourself as the eternal being, you will be able to access tremendous power and realization. The more that you do this, the more amplified and harmonized your energy gets. That's why, as we're doing this, I want you to have your own references as how you're receiving this information. It's you, it's uniquely you. So see what's working and see what isn't. And then we can refine from there. Now, from the root red chakra to the sacral or navel orange chakra to the solar plexus in the yellow, and then we move to the heart chakra, which is green. And this is how you love yourself and others. And the love of itself already is and allows everything. Excellent. As we move from the heart chakra that is green, this frequency for the heart is a balance point between the lower chakras and the upper chakras, because the heart sits right in the middle, 3 up, 3 below, 7 identified. Now we're only addressing the 7 chakras. There are amazing, it's infinity. Inner reality, outer reality of chakra energy. I didn't know we had a chakra oversoul. Oh, holy Moses. I learned all this stuff. She's very insightful, very patient with me. Now, from that love, that green, we move up to the throat chakra, blue. That is the color blue. Communication, internal and external, and the creative expression of communication. Remember, anyone can talk who can communicate and talk with people, not just to them. Cool. Now, how well you communicate is also the balance between your head and your heart. This chakra helps unify the body and the heart to work together in an effortless expression of love and energy reading. Cool. Now, we get to the third eye chakra. This is just a little above and between your eyebrows, just above the bridge. That is the color of indigo, which is kind of like a bluish purple type of color. And the third eye is intuition and awareness and the connection with your higher self. This chakra taps you into the eternal and helps your higher mind to understand the relationship to the universe and the divine. This chakra is the place of much spiritual expansion. Excellent. Now, we get to the crown chakra. Now, for myself, on average, people see it as purple, which is great. That can work for you. But for me, my crown chakra is white. And oh yeah, all of my chakras are white. No matter what chakra I'm pulling from, I have the full spectrum of attainment of information in any and every way for this dimension. Good. So, as we see this, and again, what works for you? If you want the crown chakra purple, it's purple. You want it white, it's white. Whatever connection. But I was just wanting to make sure that I wasn't freaking nutso, man, going, I've never seen white chakras. What the? And then when he shared that with me, it made sense because he was getting me ready for doing this professionally. I needed to do the best I can. I had blind faith. I didn't know his name. I just worked with him blindly in a good way. But it also helped me to get to where I'm at. And in that connection, I got complete faith in him because he's usually very accurate. You'll have that kind of faith and connection with your guides as well. And when you can get some solid validation that, you know, things can turn out in a good way with your guide and you, and then you're not looking like some crazy to go, yeah, but how are you doing that? You seem kind of normal. I'm like, oh, thanks, I think. That's all. And when you can share that and it's practical, it takes it from the beautiful old esoteric energy of what to, oh, I'm starting to understand it more. Now we can use it. Because you can have all the talent in the world, but if you don't use it, whatever, it doesn't matter. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to start with the base chakra, which is red at the moment. Now, I want you to imagine and see all of your round chakras spinning effortlessly, beautifully in connection. And now I want you to imagine that you have a dropper of liquid light in your hand. I want you to connect with that root chakra, the color red, and you're going to drop one drop of the white light liquid energy that will instantly turn your chakra white. And as you connect with the root chakra, the red, drop that connection in. Pure white light, effortless and harmonized. Moving up to the next, the sacral or navel. That is the color orange. As you see that ball of aura spinning, you take that dropper, drop it into the chakra, it turns white. Now, the reason why I have it as white for me is because she's good at it, but it also gives you the spectrum. You can use any of the colors of your chakra. It's not limited, it's unlimited. And then, moving from the sacral, the orange, moving into that solar plexus, the yellow. And as you see and feel it spinning effortlessly, effortlessly, take that droplet and drop it into the chakra. White. You now have 3 white and 4 regular. Now, coming up to the solar plexus, yellow, which I have. And that soul frequency. Drop it in, again, on that yellow, twice. Now, moving to the heart chakra. As we see it, it is green. Feel the love and the empowerment of you just being you perfectly. And with that green chakra, take the dropper, drop in one drop, cleared, white, and seal. Now, moving from the heart chakra, we go to the throat chakra, the color blue. As you see and feel that spin beautifully and effortlessly, you take that droplet and drop it in. Clean, clear, and unified. Now, moving to the third eye, the indigo. As you see and feel it spinning, one droplet, clean, cleared, and harmonized. Now, from that third eye, we move to the crown chakra. Again, you may see it as purple or white. And remember, when you have all of the colors in each chakra, you can tap into those frequencies of information. It is always on and playing. We can tap into it. And as we see that white light chakra, or if it's purple, you take that droplet and drop it in to the purple. It becomes white. You already have the white. It will amplify even brighter, even clearer, and more powerful. Excellent. Now I want you to imagine that you're looking at your body as a simple outline of a human, and all of your chakras that you're working with are on. And in this case, each and every chakra is the pure white light. God love, unification, safety, harmony, any intent that you want to put with this. Good. Now, we're going to do an auric field workout. This planet is truly alive. It is consciousness. Now, we're going to relax. And I want you to see in your mind sight, as you're sitting there within you, all of your chakras are white, perfectly harmonized and vibing. Now, with your white light from your entire beingness, it begins to fill your feet and connect with Mother Nature, the earth. Feel the vibe of the earth, and that your energy begins to expand completely around this world and back to you with love and empowerment. So, as we allow this to drop back into the earth and it completely covers the entire planet, feel the love for this world. And now, as you have completely wrapped around this planet, you're now going to merge your auric field with the planet. It is completely wrapped around this world. And as your white light begins to move through the soil, the tectonic plates, moving through the vibes of diamonds, rubies, crystals, all of the natural earth tools that are here, you will expand and connect with. And as you connect with these tools, you will bring them into your awareness of usability. There are many tools. You'll know which one's effective. And as you move through the layers of the earth, connecting with the gold, with silver, with every beautiful stone, metal, and diamond in any way, are you vibing with in your energy field? And as it gets to the center, you wrap your energy around and begin to expand from the center of the planet, moving up and out through the tectonic plates, through all of the different materials that you are now vibing with. And now coming to the surface of this planet. And as you see your white light energy completely enveloping this planet, it begins to release that connection of the white light, and you feel your soul essence and chakras coming back into your body effortlessly, powerfully, clearly. Good. Just breathe. Just normal. Just easy. Good. Now, as you see yourself and feel you in this white light, you are safe, sealed, and harmonized. You will always be safe in every capacity. Your intent, your tools and techniques that you do prior and then put on autopilot if you would like, that you are always on and harmonized and safe. For that automatic pilot is a very big key for myself, because I don't want in the back of my mind something that if I got prayers or mantras and I forget to do it, that I'm messed up. I put it on autopilot. So even whether I'm consciously connecting or not, it's still vibing. It's still creating. You'll find your own tools and techniques to be able to work with these. And the more that you do it, the better you'll find your own way of communicating. Like I say, no one's the same physically. They're not going to be the same metaphysically. We need to be able to have as much versatility for communication as we can. And now, coming back in, completely enveloping this beautiful body, opening your eyes when you're ready, and connecting. Good. Now, we're going to get into, just real quick, the colors of other people's energy field and what chakras you pick up on. So what we're going to do is I want you to start with the color red at the base chakra. Now, with that color red, what do you associate with the color red? Give yourself simple, effortless connections. That way there's no having to sift through things. It's very clean and clear. Okay. Now, your job is to, as you work with these abilities, put things to the test. I would love for you to journal them. Okay, and now I always say I record into my phone. I have my phone a lot more than my pen and paper. But not only that, when I record it, I can speak just like this, and then when I play it back, I get the energy, the vibe, the frequency of everything that I just recorded. The writing slows me down. I'm like, what was I writing about? What the fly? No. So that kind of a connection allows me real time in a real age just to be able to go here and then put it down and set it off to the side. Great. Then you can transcribe it and then type it up or write it down or whatever you would like to. But giving yourself the accessibility to the information in real time on a day-to-day practicality of spirituality. And with the meditations, like I shared, once you were kind of open with a liquid light, and train how it feels to be open and be ready. Because one of the dynamics that I would do for most of my life was as soon as I woke up in the morning, I was doing 30 minutes of meditations. I'd light the candles, tune on the music, do my mantras, and after about that, I was tapped in and psychically on. And so after many years, I started asking Chi, I'm like, Chi, is there anything I can do to speed this process up of activation? Because I feel like I'm working from the time I get up, man. Is there anything that could simplify it? He's like, well, yeah, Jimmy. You know how you light the candles and then turn on the music and do your mantras and that gets you to be psychically on? I'm like, yes. He's like, okay, so once you're psychically on, feel how it feels to be psychically on. You're not making stuff up, you're really recalling it. And then he said, once you know what that feels like, create a white button in your mind. As soon as you push that white button, instantly connected. I went from 30 minutes every morning to 30 seconds and getting the same end result of activation of my psychic abilities. That's what I'm saying. I'm lazy, man. I want to give you the simplified, and if you want to complex it, certainly you can. But she calls it the complexity of simplicity. It is very simple. We just over complex it and then doubt what we're doing. And the great thing is when we can have some fun here and just play around, just keep it light, okay? Because we're always growth-seeking beings, right? No matter how many dreams, how many aspirations in life we have, once we attain them, we got more. Half the fun's the journey getting there. Then, not only can we help ourselves, but we can help others. And for me, like I said, you know, the old school, I've learned, as I shared, that the more love, energy, attention, and compassion is no longer the narcissism. For I cannot give what I do not have. And on average, we run empty and whatever, and then we don't open up to life. And then we have a cocoon. And then if we keep negating ourselves or forgetting, everyone disappears. So I've learned I will always help others, but I live for myself and with others. Because when I kept living for other people, I was giving so much energy away, I started disappearing in my own thing, going, what the flag dog? So I had to be able to save my own energy in a way, and it's not really saving it, but it's orchestrating it because it is unlimited. It is only the limit that you perceive it to be. Now, in addition, I send, again, love, already unconditional of itself, but the positive healing vibe of that. And in my intent, anyone who would like to tune in to my energy and feel it easily can, because it's there available for everyone if they even choose to connect with it. That's why I'm about the co-creation, not the manipulation with other people. And when you can start to discover yourself again, that inner space astronaut, become a little bit more comfortable with the way that you're reading, because you can now see more than likely that everything is energy. It's consciousness. It's vibrations. Learning those vibes in life, kind of like, hey, you got good vibes or you don't. You'll be able to vibe your energy beautifully because this is you, your soul print of consciousness, the eternal being. That's the point. And again, for me, another dynamic for me, because I do it all day long, but many years ago, I was working in my sleep as well. The loved ones were bugging me. They don't need to sleep. And after a while, I'm like, stop. I want my dream time for myself. Do not bug me, ladies and gentlemen, or I will not do this work. They have not bugged me in 21 years. Now, the good thing is I forget. I don't know like 99% of my dreams. But people tend to associate that with the brain. Doesn't matter if you're consciously aware of it or not, your Solodex as an eternal being is picking up everything. There is no lost information. It is all right here, right now, no matter what it is instantly registered within your soul print of consciousness as the eternal being. And then you get a little bit more comfortable. And then, like I said, you start to see kind of the pattern that we saw different ways that now we might see a little bit differently. Kind of like, the relativity of life. That's why I call us the cosmic family, is we're all connected. And in that past, present, and future It's all happening now. Because that connection, I asked Chi, I'm like, Chi, how can I be in the future if I'm not in the future? And he's like, are you here now? I'm like, yeah. He's like, just like that. Freaking God. I'm the future compared to my past and the past compared to my future. Everything is truly happening now. I will tell you, you're only a nut job till it's validated. Time travel is very real. Oh, and there's so much more. And again, I know that the more I know, I don't know nothing. But if I can share my perspective in any way to help you, to help yourself if you choose, freaking A. Because for me, I'm lazy. How about if I can show you, if you're interested, so that you don't always have to go through the experience to learn from it? Because people are like, you have to go through. I'm like, really? I have to put my hand in the fire to realize that's going to burn it? Or can I be smart enough to learn from other people's experience to go, hey, I like that. I'm going to repeat it. Or, oh, I don't. See ya. You begin to incorporate what feels right for you. Remember, those words are great, but words are the vibrational patterns on the ear knobs. The feelings are vibrational patterns on the soul knobs. And that one feeling is worth 1,000 words and then some. Feelings are different than emotions. Okay? Emotion, to me, emotions are happy and sad. Feelings are information, like I feel like you're a good person, or it feels like the right thing to do. You will feel your way through life, not try to make your way. Because I found that as you're approaching anything, if you're thinking about it, it's thinking about you. It's consciously coming to you. Whether you realize it or not, it's unconditional. Again, you can have as much or as little in life, and you are loved just the same. Truly. And for me, with that neutrality of everything, I'm like, well, frickin' A, this is going to be a better place, and me included. Here we go. Because I got out of my way to realize, well, it's not too spiritual, and I'm not taking away from others. The more I give to myself, if anything, I've got more I can give. And then a lot of people will tend to limit themselves. They'll give it, oh, getting trained now. Well, then quit limiting yourself. For me, I'm lazy. As much as I give, I receive even more effortlessly. It takes no more energy to send love and light to you than to all that is. Because for most of my life, again, she's very playful. I would sit there and I would send, I am sending love and light out as it expands. And she was like, oh. I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, oh, let me know when it gets to me. I'm like, well, what do you mean? He's like, well, Jamie, you have the right intent. However, you're sending it from a focused point of view and expanding out. It never, ever ends. So what? What about their energy? Have you received it? Like, oh, God. So in that capacity, if it never ends anywhere, you're always the center of consciousness. You're always one-ment, atonement. And, again, it's the same old stuff, but reincarnation. I don't know if you're into that, but that's basically taking your soul print of consciousness into a new body, basically. I believe that scientifically, they validated that humans are basically energy, vibrational light beings. Now, again, with that, you can neither be created nor destroyed, only shifted. What if this is not the only universe? What if this is not the only dimension? Ooh. Scientifically, they're now letting out, there's a fifth dimension, we found it. Right, and guess what? Our brothers and sisters from elsewhere aren't going to save us as a planet. We're going to have to save ourselves, because with that intergalactic aspect and some of those rules and regs, if you graciously, as a planet, wanted to help another planet and you saved them from their own destruction, but what you didn't realize is the very beautiful act that you want to save them also became the mechanism for them to become a bunch of planet stealers. Who do you think is going to feel a little bad about that? I have the right intent, but yeah, but doesn't mean you can always interact with those realities unless there's a permission aspect. That's why I never manipulate anything. It's if you're open, we're talking. And another thing that, please be aware of is that, beautiful, there's our beautiful puppy, Simba. And he's great. And in addition, we also, because we're loving, I'm just a crazy idea person, but we've now created Simba, the cosmic canine, from their own unconditional plan of love, compassion, and empowerment. You ever wonder why they all like that? Because of that. And then we bring the parents and children, we write children's books. So we bring the parents and the children together to have these adventures. And if you can have fun, entertaining, and informative, that's a better place, one person at a time. And I'm having a great time. And when people can see that you're comfortable, to go, you're not crazy. And you question things. Holy cow. I'm like, yes, please question everything. Because there is that fine line. I'm going to make sure that I got my checks and balances every step of the way, the best that I can, so I'm staying solid. And as you open up with your spirituality, remember, you control it. It does not control you. Because some people start going, I'm going to open up. What about the, oh, really? Well, then that tells me you didn't do your safety techniques, or you wouldn't be saying that. Now, any questions? Anything that I might be able to share if I have any insight with?
Astral projection?
Yeah. What do you want to know about that?
Just when you're talking about the different dimensions, and I think yesterday, I think they mentioned that, I think they said Cindy Rose astral projects. I think that's what
Cool.
they're saying is that.
Yeah. And it's just taking your vibrational light beingness into other dimensions. Exactly. Now, I'll also share with you some of the scientific studies we did. You can literally blend channels together to create a conference call. Because in different ones, we had our loved ones, we had the extraterrestrials, we had the angelic realm, we had ascended masters, all of these channels that seem separate, they're not, they're all unified kind of thing. But it becomes a unification of consciousness. And the more that you tune into the vibes of energy and creation, the more it will tune into you. The old adage, what you seek is seeking you. Cause and effect. Cause is your thought, the effect is your reality you're living. Like I say, those who talk about life, living it. Those who talk about abundance are living it. You don't see successful people going around saying they're a failure. So what I would love for you to think about doing is do a little bit of these exercises that I've given you and just kind of build upon that. And then, not that you need the psychic evolution training deck. If you've got cards or whatever you want to use, man, take a few of them, know that, you know, whatever it is that you want to choose from, mix it up so there's no way you can freaking do it, and then put them down and go, which way is it which? And then have some fun, because that way you're not having to depend on someone else to be able to give you that insight and practice. I practice all the time. Not only that, let's be practical about it. For me, if I'm driving, and I'm driving down the street and I got a car in front of me, I'll vibe that car and see, is it going to go right, left, or straight? Is it going to slow down or is it going to speed up? Up, and I go with the first thing that usually touches mine, and it's usually correct. It's not always correct, but it usually is. And when you can get that law of average to go, that's beyond good guesswork. There's something to this that's spiritual. Is that what they call it? Spiritual? Yeah, man, again, it's all spiritual. What value are we going to place upon it? First, we better place the value upon ourselves. Again, self-realization, not negation.
Love all these furry friends that have joined us.
I know, isn't that
feathered
beautiful?
friends.
Yeah, well, and the great thing is look, everyone's being themselves. They're looking, in this case, at some and the others, but you're not in this beautiful bird. But you're not distracted so much that you can't do anything. It's like, oh, there's that too. Okay, here we go, keep going. You'll be able to function practically in your day-to-day living while you're using your abilities. Because not everyone has, 80 hours a day to meditate, to be on. I'm like, yeah, I'll do the best I can. I'm always on. That way, again, I want to share with you what I do, and it works for me. My thing is, please question everything, put it to the test, and see what you get. Because you get a reaction. Okay, now there's something to it. That's why I was saying, when I was sending those pieces of information, what did you see or feel or any of those in connection with that particular card? Because you could start to see some of the outline of it. Go, oh man, should have said it. Just like Rachel, she had a number of those very correct, yet she chose something else. But now, guess what? You were accurate. You just didn't choose it. So it's not like you're not right. You're right. You just didn't act on the information. That's what I'm saying. You can have all the information you want, but if you don't act on it, whatever. I thought, well, I can't do it for you, but I'll do it with you. And that's the point. When people can see that because this spiritual stuff, these abilities can scare people. They go back to the old school, man, of, all the crazy stuff. And that's why, I wanted to put as much practical and all these kinds of things to go, look, it's what everyone can do. Everyone's a psychic medium. Do you want to use it? What level do you want to take it to? And when you can walk away from somebody's presence feeling great and at least differently than what you felt before, that's power. That's why I will not make things up. If I get it, here it is. If not, I don't have a clue, man. You have that integrity and that compassion like that, you've got it. It's how much or how little do you want? Because it now becomes that equivalence. So one last thing that now want you to just have fun, and at least maybe twice a day, I want you to do an energy read. If you're watching TV, and if it's a game show, hey, there's a number, choose a number, but what touches your mind first? And just have fun, just have fun. You don't have to say anything to anyone, just do it on your own so there's no stress, man. And then, perfect. You've got somebody else who's gonna be picking another direction. There's the middle, the right, and the left. For me, the first thing I felt was the middle, because I could feel a couple of people feel that. Okay, and then guess what? It was the middle, because you could read all you want, but if you're not accurate, whatever, you're just throwing pieces of information out there. You will feel when somebody's talking directly to you as that spiritual eternal being. Again, when you can feel that vibe, that camaraderie to go, man, there is some other people in my life experience that I do have as part of my soul group. Yeah, huh? Because a lot of this is comfort. And again, I could go on and on with other stuff, but we'll stay in this universe and this dimension for the moment. But as we move along, as other things happen, we found a lot of validation through the scientific studies. We had Archangel Michael, okay? Now for me, for most of my life, I heard Archangel is the Michael, he's gonna destroy the darkness and cut all that and all that good stuff. And in the back of my soul, I was always like, how is it possible that in the angelic realm of love and compassion, we have a murderer and a destroyer? And she was like, well, Jimmy, he's not an angel of destruction. He's an angel of love. And you will vibe with that love vibe or you disappear. That is how we come to see them as so strong to cut all that out, because it was a release of energy. Here's how you let something go. Here's something new. Because I found the more I was trying to let this go, the more I was focused on it and it was staying there. I'm not ignorant. If this is the pattern, if it's not quite what I'm looking for, I create a new pattern of potential and then let it over. I don't force it, remember, create that future memory and let it come to me. Ladies, you're proving to me that that future memory stuff works and I didn't make you do it, right? You, for your own choices, reasons, circumstances, and needs magnetized to me. No manipulation, co-creation. I'm about the empowerment, not the enablement. Like I say, nobody needs to be fixed. Nobody needs to be saved. Showing that power within, become more self-realized and live life more than survive it. Cool. You got some homework, have some fun, and please put all these dynamics to the test. And then you start getting some validations and some outcomes, you'll be able to refine and define your own abilities even more effectively. It's incredible. We've got so much potential. Let's tap into it and go with our psychic evolution, man. It's all good. It's all good. Cool. Any other questions in any way? Thank you, guys. Yes, you're awesome. And I am honored to do this with you. Okay, so as we're having these adventures, if there's anything that we can address along the way, let's do this together. That power in numbers is beautiful because, like I said, you can feel a little lonely. Anyone else going through this stuff? Because holy crap. And most of us can't say things a lot of times. So we'll just keep it in to go, it's a beautiful day.
Just so that I announce it, Maggie let me know that you guys are doing free monthly training on your psychic evolution. Is that website or podcast?
Yes, it's actually, well, we do the podcast and that's once a week, so 4 times a month. But we also have every second Monday of the month, we do an hour of psychic evolution training. Like we're doing here, we're doing it. It's free. You don't have to pay for it. Your only investment is your time and energy. That's it. We want to help you to help yourself.
Awesome. And then Maggie also mentioned that she has 2 beginner tarot classes on her website available to download. So if you're interested in honing your tarot skills, I'm going to include all of that in the little sheet that has all of our contact information, all the speaker contact information for you guys, and it will be posted to Dropbox. But I just wanted to make that announcement, Jamie.
Cool. And thank you. I just want to really touch on that for Maggie, because I love to see her presentations, public presentations, because, you know, every so often she'll get people that hasn't seen her before and they're like, oh, those are lovely cards. Oh, okay, whatever. And then she'll have them shuffle them. Again, all you're doing is putting your soul print of consciousness on those cards, and it reads your energy uniquely. And so she'll have the person shuffle the cards, and as they do, she starts to turn them over. And, you know, the person's like this, and then, yeah, right. And what about, I'm like, yes, exactly. Be skeptical, just be open. Because when you get some solid validation, go, this person doesn't know you in any way. And there are billions of people with billions of circumstances, yet pretty precise. And then it becomes either really good guesswork or, I don't know, something to it. That's why the dynamic is whatever tool you want to use. I've just refined me as the tool because I wanted to have the unlimited potential. And you do have it no matter what you're doing, what tool you're using. But I needed the versatility to not necessarily have to worry about bringing something with me. Because I'm like, did I forget this? Did I get, man, I don't forget me. No matter where I go, there I am. That's the point. Never lost and always found. Ladies, thank you, Jamie and Anna, and we'll talk soon. Have fun with it.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much.
Anytime.
Awesome.
Let's do this together. Bye.
Sweet.
Bye.
Super, super cool. He's
I've known him for 10 years. That man is, I refer everyone to him and Michelle, and they are just, I have no words. Beautiful.
Yeah.
They're beautiful.
Yeah. Very. So when Sherry, and I don't know who, does anybody here know Sherry from? I know you've seen her name.
We've spoken. She actually messaged me. She's like, "Are we related?" I said, "I don't think so, but we know Jamie, so let's be friends."
We are now. Right. Sherry is my partner. She and I have known each other. We also met at Celebrate Your Life about 15 years ago. And when we decided who to ask to be the speakers for our first few events, we tapped into who's going to be authentic, who's going to show up without their ego, and then who's going to be the most integral for our attendees. So those were our kind of criteria for, I mean, we know so many magical people, but not all of them have all 3 of those. And so it was really important to us. So we kind of did a little, ceremony, we did a little meditation, we sat, and these were the names that came in. So we're just so grateful that they were willing to be here for us.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I feel so blessed. This was beautiful.
Thank you all very much for being here. I hope that you got as much out of it as I did, if not more.
Yes.
I know I'm going to take a few days to download and kind of come off of this information overload.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Integrated into your
you.
lives. If you have any questions at all, if you have trouble accessing anything at all, I am completely available. So let me know and I'll make it work. Oh, and on that sheet, you'll see it's contact information sheet, speaker contact information, I think is what I called it. There will be the discounts that I think Wendy mentioned yesterday, $75 off her Enneagram. I don't know what she calls it, Enneagram chart maybe. I'm offering a 10% discount on any of my services. I announced the Jamie and them. So all of that is written down for you. So make sure you go out and check that out. And I'm like, is there anything else? What else is there? I think that's it. I think just go rest, take the rest of your very busy Sunday and enjoy it.
Yeah, thank you for putting this together.
Yes,
Yes.
thank
Yes,
you.
thank you. It was
Yeah.
nice to meet everybody too.
You all have the most beautiful energy. I wish you guys just so much.
Same
You as
here.
well.
Hey, I was
wonderful.
gonna suggest that maybe through the Soul Heart collaboration on Facebook, I don't know if everybody's on Facebook, but through that, maybe we can create a group and practice the psychic, sending.
I have a group. Well, there's only me and 2 other people that practice. We do the 2nd and 4th Monday of the month. I mean,
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, share that. Will you share that with us in the? You're on? Is everybody on Facebook?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not. So the group is just 2 people. We're not on Facebook together. It's separate. I just do Zoom. I send them a Zoom, on the Sunday before, and we get together and we plan ahead. And okay, like next time I'm gonna have pictures, and they're gonna try to figure out who they are, if it's their life, if it's not. So we just try different things to enhance their intuition.
That's awesome. I would love to practice it.
Okay.
I would like to hone my skills because I know I have them.
Yeah,
For me, Rachel,
interested.
everything for me was kind of similar to you in that, I'm sorry, I keep interrupting you, Tracy. Was that like it came through long before he ever got there. And then when he got to it and he's like, and now I'm sharing it. I'm like, oh shit. Well, maybe I'm, thinking it wrong.
At least it knows we're on the right track, and we're just, like he said, we just have to keep practicing it, and just, that's the biggest thing I've learned in my whole life is just trust your first instinct. Trust your intuition. Stop fighting your damn intuition.
If only.
Yes. Yeah.
Anyway, Tracy, tell me what you were saying because I'm
I was
sorry.
just to say if anyone's interested in joining us, just casual practice, that I can just email me and I can make sure you're included on the link.
Awesome. Sounds great.
Oh, that's so awesome.
Hey, well, thank you all so much. Have a great rest of your
you.
Sunday. And I hope that we
Thank
keep
you.
in touch.
You as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Everybody.
Bye, everyone.